You got it. Okay, so are you ready? Okay, so hold on. Uh, so we are live, NP3 of ESN Switzerland. Yes, you are up.
Okay, so hello everyone again. Hope you're all doing great. I know that doing a Zoom again is not ideal, but with the circumstances, we have to do it again. So I'm glad that so many of you joined us today, and here we go. Um, so first of all, the theme of this NP is fantasy. So you'll see a lot of fantastic stuff in the slides and elsewhere as well. And first of all, before starting the NP, I'm going to remind you the rules that we set up for the online NPs. Um, I hope that you've read them before, but in case you didn't read them, I'll explain them briefly to you. Um, so first of all, when you join the meeting, you have to rename yourself to first name, last name, dash ESN section. Uh, this way we can know who you are and from which section you come from. So you have this little button when you click right on your name, you have rename and then you can rename yourself. So when you join the meeting, you'll be muted by default and you'll remain muted unless you're on the speakers list. And if you're on the speakers list and it's your turn, you'll be asked to unmute yourself. This is the only time in the meeting that you'll be able to speak, unless I otherwise say so, so that the meeting goes smoothly. And concerning the video, you can choose whether to activate it or not. In case you're speaking, it might be better to have your camera on for the sake of interactivity, so the conversation is a bit more interactive. And you also have to know that this NP is being recorded and live streamed on YouTube. However, only people with a Galaxy account will have access to the link and the live stream. So don't worry about all the privacy stuff. It's only ESNers mainly that will be able to watch the NP. And when you want to speak, I mentioned it before, you need to be on the speakers list. So how does that go? Um, First of all, you write down your question or your comment somewhere on your computer, on a note, whatever. And then you can make up to two interventions when you speak. So whenever you're called upon, you can make up to you can ask up to two questions or make up to two interventions. And when you want to be on the speakers list, you notify the CT by clicking on participants. And then under participants, you have a little button saying raise hand. And when you raise your hand, you're done. You're added to the speakers list. And when it's your turn, it's at that moment that you can unmute yourself and then speak. And if you need to know where the participants button is, uh, it is just under the toolbar, and then you have raise hand just down there. And then when you speak, you have to first state your name and then your section. You have to be loud and clear when you ask your question. And you have to also be concise because we don't have a lot of time. And you can ask up to two questions, as I said before. But if you need to say more, you need to ask more questions, you'll have to be put again in the speakers list. So with the same process as before, lowering your hand, then raising your hand again, so that you'll be put at the end of the speakers list. And then at the end of your intervention, please mute yourself so that the next person can speak. And concerning reactions, you can express your agreement with a statement with the reactions button. You can see here that there's a button in the toolbar with reactions. You have a thumbs up and applause. You can use them to express your agreement. And when you want to react to what somebody said, you can write reaction on the Zoom chat. We'll be checking the Zoom chat often. And then you'll be added to the top of the speakers list. And when it's your turn, you do exactly the same thing as before when I explain the rules when you speak. So you unmute yourself, you state your name and section, you state your reaction, and then you mute yourself again. Concerning procedural reactions, if you want to make a procedural reaction, please write procedural on the Zoom chat. And then at this time, this is the only time when you can unmute yourself directly and make your procedural reaction. An example of a procedural reaction would be if someone has a sound problem when they're speaking. This is when you can type procedural and say that there is a sound problem. Concerning the voting rules, there's one for each section present, there is one vote. So every section present has a right to vote. And then there's a couple of voting procedures that will be explained later. But the main thing to be known is that the votes are simple majority, unless otherwise stated. For national level and advisory council, it's absolute majority. And the secret votes are used when it's a personal vote, when you're electing a person. So for example, when you're electing a national level candidate. And that's it for the NP rules. I now welcome to the floor Lord Wizard Fabien, the president of ESNTH, who's going to welcome you to this NP.
All right. Can you all hear me? Yes? All good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jas, for the introduction. So good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to open this last NP of our academic year. So I promise I won't be too long, as we still have like many topics to discuss. Actually, it's a pretty important national platform, since it's the official day of the handover between the current old national level and the new one, which was elected at the NP2. Actually, this event could have maybe taken place physically, since, from the last recommendation from the Federal Council. However, we got the news, I would say, a bit too late for the OC, meaning we decided to hold it sadly online. But don't worry, I'm pretty sure that the next meeting will be physically, and then we can all hug all together once again. I'm actually very happy to see so many people already on the stream right now. And then also from now on, also during the platform, you're gonna have the chance to ask also many questions to the new candidates, also to the presentation, for instance, of the action plan of the new national level, and basically decide if the direction that your national level decide to take is the right one for you. As I said, I won't be too long, so then we're gonna have closing speech and stuff. So once again, thank you very much for joining us. Hope you're gonna have a lot of fun today. And I suggest that with these few words, we can move on and start our last assembly of the year.
Thank you very much, Fabien, for your introduction. And now we can start. So first of all, I want to introduce you once again to the national level of this year. I know that you haven't been able to see them that much this semester. Unfortunately, with the current circumstances, it was not possible. But I can assure you that they've been working very hard, and that their work is really invaluable to the network. So please, a big round of silent applause to the national level of this year, especially that it's their last NP. Okay. I also want to introduce you the OC of NP Fantasy. They also have been working very hard. I know it's not easy to organize an event where you don't know if it's going to be held online or physically. So it's always hard to kind of know what to do. But they've been working really hard, and they prepared you a social program that is really nice. So I all encourage you to participate in the social program at the end of the day. And that's it. So please, also a big round of applause for the OC of NP Fantasy. And I also want to introduce my chairing team. Myself, Yasser Haddad, I'm the main chair. Sophie Girardin is the vice chair. You can unmute yourself if you want to introduce yourself as well.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sophie. I'm the vice chair for this meeting.
And finally, David Rezan, who's the technical chair. You can also unmute yourself if you want. Nice. So this is all for the chairing team. We hope that you'll have a great time with us today. So first of all, I need to present to you the agenda for today. It's quite packed. And since its publication, there have been some changes. So let's start from the beginning. There has been a change in the order of presentations for the Swiss ESN Review Transition Status Update that has been switched with SOS changes because it makes more sense and has a more natural continuation. And we allocated 5 more minutes for the Swiss ESN Review Transition Update, and we deducted those 5 minutes from the SOS changes presentation according to ESN Review. And then after that, we had Energizers slots and Kahoot slots as well. and we didn't really know if it's gonna be done that way or not when we published it. So after some discussions, we decided to put the Energizer after the NL candidate presentation, which is gonna be for 5 minutes, and then we have another Kahoot later on, which is going to be 15 minutes in between the sessions of the afternoon. And then also we deducted 15 minutes from the section meetings because it is followed right after by a coffee break. So you'll have enough time actually to speak with your sections and have have a discussion about the votes. So this is it for the agenda changes. And let's get started. And we have some voting information, as I mentioned before. We have some propositions for you. For this NP, it's going to be a bit different from the last one, even though there are some similarities, but not quite. And so, first of all, for the voting modalities, you have three types of votes. So first of all, in the morning, you'll have the roll call, like we did last time for the public votes. So each section will be called separately, and then they'll have to answer yes, no, or abstain, depending, or otherwise, depending on the type of question. And in the afternoon public votes, it's going to be either Google Forms or roll call. The reason for that is that we have a lot of public votes this time. Too many for roll call to be efficient. So we decided to go for Google Forms whenever the number of questions are too many. And roll call otherwise when it's like one or two questions. And finally, for the afternoon secret votes, we're going to use the Zoom poll option. We used adoodle last time, but there are some security issues that we want to avoid this time. And also, the Zoom poll option is really nice. It's way more efficient than adoodle. And we have a way to save the results as well. So all in all, it's a bit more efficient than adoodle. So we went for that. And for the afternoon voting round, there will be a series of public and secret votes. We decided that non-voters will be put in a breakout room. One of the reasons is that we need to use the Zoom poll option, which is not available in a breakout room. So we couldn't like move only the voters in a breakout room. So we're only keeping the people that are voting in the main room and the rest in the breakout room. But don't worry, there will be activities, so you won't be feeling bored or anything. And um, and finally, we have a final point to bring forward. The action plans from the newly accepted candidates will be voted on together. If you have any objection to any of those 3 points that I mentioned, please let the CT know before the lunch break. Okay, so now I'm done with all the information and everything, and now we can move on to the first voting round. The first voting round is going to be the quorum check, the election of the scrutinizers, the confirmation of the chairing team, acceptance of the agenda, and finally the minutes from NP2. So first of all, the quorum check, the first quorum check of the day. The quorum check question is, do you prefer Harry Potter over Lord of the Rings? The possible answers are yes, no, or abstain, and we're going to start with the roll call. ESN Basel?
Yes.
ESN Bern?
No.
ESN Roer? ESN FHNW?
No.
Sorry, I couldn't hear Ethan Ho's answer. Can you repeat?
Sorry. Yes.
ESN FHNW?
No.
ESN Fribourg?
Abstain.
ESN Geneva,
No.
ESN Lausanne EPFL,
Yes.
ESN Lausanne UNIL,
Yes.
ESN Lugano,
Yes.
ESN Lucerne,
Yes.
ESN Neuchâtel,
Abstain.
ESN St. Gallen, ESN St. Gallen, Yannick, ESN St. Gallen, ESN St. Gallen.
He wrote in the
Uh,
chat that his mic doesn't work, and the answer is no from him.
Oh, okay, sorry. Can you see that? Okay. And finally, ESN Winterthur. No, sorry, not finally. ESN Winterthur.
Yes.
ESN Zurich ETH.
Not here.
Not here. ESN Zurich Uni as well.
Here.
So with 7 yes, 4 no, the quorum check is accepted. So apparently Harry Potter is preferred to Lord of the Rings. I am very glad that the answer is like that. And onto the scrutinizers. Do you elect Theo Vedbel and Axel Poitvin as scrutinizers for the NP Fantasy? The possible answers are yes, no, or abstain. And onto the roll call. ESN Basel,
Yes.
ESN Bern,
Yes.
ESN Roer,
Yes.
ESN FNW,
Yes.
ESN Fribourg,
Yes.
ESN Geneva,
Yes.
ESN Lausanne PFL,
Yes.
ESN Lausanne UNIL,
Yes.
ESN Lugano,
Yes.
ESN Lucerne,
Yes.
ESN Neuchâtel,
Yes.
ESN St. Gallen. You can write in the chat.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Please unmute yourself again. And ESN Winterthur,
Yes.
ESN Zurich ETH, and ESN Zurich Uni.
You don't need to
still not
call
here.
the Zurich if you're not here.
They're still not here. Okay. Perfect.
You just don't
Okay.
need to call them for this vote of.
Let's
this
vote for this
vote.
voting round. Okay. 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 So with 13 votes for, Theo and Axel are elected as scrutinizers for this NP. Congrats. And now onto the chairing team. Do you approve us, the chairing team, namely Yasser Haddad, Sophie Girardin, and David Rezan, as chairing team for the NP Fantasy? The answers are also yes, no, and abstain. And roll call, ESN Basel,
Yes.
ESN Bern, ESN Bern,
Ready?
Yes.
ESN Roer,
Yes.
ESN FNW,
Yes.
ESN Fribourg,
Yes.
ESN Geneva,
Yes.
ESN Lausanne EPFL,
Yes.
ESN Lausanne UNIL,
Yes.
ESN Lugano,
Yes.
ESN Lucerne,
Yes.
ESN Neuchâtel,
Yes.
ESN St. Gallen,
Yes.
ESN Winterthur,
Yes.
and that's it. With 13 votes for, the chairing team is approved. Thank you for your believing in us. And we also have to approve the agenda. So again, do you approve the agenda for the NP Fantasy? The answers are yes, no, or abstain. Roll call again. ESN Basel,
Yes.
ESN Bern,
Yes.
ESN Ruhr,
Yes.
ESN FNW,
Yes.
ESN Fribourg, ESN Fribourg,
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
okay, no worries. ESN Geneva,
Yes.
ESN Lausanne EPFL,
Yes.
ESN Lausanne UNIL,
Yes.
ESN Lugano,
Yes.
ESN Lucerne,
Yes.
ESN Neuchâtel,
Yes.
ESN St. Gallen,
Yes.
ESN Winterthur,
Yes.
and that's it. With 13 votes for, everyone approves the agenda. Amazing. The final vote for the first voting round is the minutes from NP2. So do you approve the minutes from NP2 online 2020? The answers are yes, no, or abstain. Roll call again. ESN Basel,
Yes.
ESN Bern,
Yes.
ESN Ruhr,
Yes.
ESN FNW,
Yes.
ESN Fribourg,
Yes.
ESN Geneva,
Yes.
ESN Lausanne EPFL,
Yes.
ESN Lausanne UNIL,
Yes.
ESN Lugano,
Yes.
ESN Lucerne,
Yes.
ESN Neuchâtel,
Yes.
ESN St. Gallen,
Yes.
ESN Winterthur.
Yes.
Great. With 13 votes for, the minutes of NP2 are approved. Thank you very much. The first voting round is now finished. We can move on to a bit more interesting stuff. So the first topic of today is the SOS changes, and especially the ones related to section transition guidelines. Wizard Lord Fabien, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, so I'm sharing my screen. Oh, 1 sec. All good. Do you all have my screen right now?
Yes, we have your screen.
All good. Here we are. SOS changes. Actually, for those of you who were at NP2, it's a presentation that I've already done. The vote didn't happen since we had like a small typo mistake in the German version of the SOS changes. But as it's gonna be voted on again this afternoon, I'm gonna do it again, and then we still have time for questions if any. So basically, why do I want to change the statute? Basically, I would say kind of accountability towards the section, we thought it would be very important that all the section would have transition guidelines, because the main issue we have right now among the network, it's the lack of knowledge. During the handover, during the summer, actually a lot of knowledge are lost, because most of the time presidents or local board are I'm just quitting ESN, doing something else in life, and then the new board sometimes just feel alone or left, and they don't really know what to do, and then we have to start again the process and to explain again the process to local board member what is in the ESN card, what are the national events and stuff like that. And we would actually try to fix that issue by kind of forcing all the section to have transition guideline to ensure that from one board to another, the knowledge is never lost, and actually we keep being like more efficient, and we keep having more sustainable sections. Sorry. All right, so the process. We actually decided to involve the network, so it's not like a decision from the national board saying, okay, now you have to do that. Basically, we started with the consultation at the community weekends, and we work on at the national level team building, and then finally at the second community weekend in February, we end up with the final, I would say, documents. So basically the statutes themselves. So we have 2 articles in statute will be actually change, actually, which will add like 2 alineas. So for the first article, number 8, we actually kind of forced the section to have all of them the transition guideline. And for the article 9, so the next one, we actually also asked the section to report the member of the local board, because we also figure out that during the year, sometimes your national board member are changing, and sometimes, I don't know, as a national level, if some communication manager or whoever position the network might change, then it might be an issue, because we, us at the national level, have no clue who is in the board, who is not, which person we have to contact. So it's also kind of a way for us to ensure that, I mean, we basically know who is working in the network. In fact, very quickly, so it's not going to be a big deal or a big change for most of you, since most of the section have already those guidelines. We are actually a network, so if some of you don't have those guidelines, feel free to ask the other section, because those guidelines are, I would say, very common for all of you. Then at the beginning of each semester, so basically September, February, the national level will actually check if you have those guidelines, and I mean, how you did your transition, just once again to ensure that, I mean, the knowledge is not lost, and then you can really start on a good track. And then with the amendments, we sent also a document that was done with the local presidents. There's like a 3 pages guideline, like general guideline for presidents, basically kind of checklist of what you have to be aware of, and trying to ensure that you start the mandate well. That's it. I promise I will not speak for too long. So we have the vote this afternoon, and then you have to vote if you agree or not to change those statutes in that way. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fabien, for your presentation. And now we can go to the question round. Now the speakers list is open. You can raise your hand in case you have any questions. No questions. No, okay. I'm gonna wait a few more seconds. Okay, so apparently no questions. So I propose to close the speakers list. If anyone opposes, please say so. And the speakers list is now closed. Thank you very much, Fabien, for your intervention. Now we go back to the presentation. And we have another, okay, this is my mistake. It's not Fabien who's going to present that, but Dave. So we're going to, Dave is going to present to you the Swiss ESN review transition update. Dave, the floor is yours.
Hello and good morning. I'm gonna share the screen with you so you will see the wonderful presentation. So does it work? You see the PowerPoint presentation? Perfect, thank you very much. So I'm Dave, I'm the NR. For those who don't know me, that's national representative. I'm the responsible for all the matters that have to do with the international level. I'm going to present to you now the transition status update of ESN review in ESN Switzerland, and I'm going to explain further what that actually means. So first of all, this is a heavy topic in the sense of it's a long presentation. So if you have questions during the presentation, please note them down so you don't forget to ask them at the end of the presentation. So when the action plan was approved at the beginning of the year at NP1,
Dave?
Yes?
We can see your presentation.
You can't see my presentation?
The screen is frozen.
Okay, let's check.
My side,
this can be done better.
Yes. If you click on the presentation, it should. Does it show to you that you're on the presentation mode now? So in this case, share your whole screen and not only PowerPoint.
I'll do that.
Yes, that should work maybe better.
No, it automatically goes.
Yeah.
So, like that?
No, but now we're in presenter. Oh, okay, yeah, perfect.
Good. Great. So, yeah, that comes together with my action plan, where it basically says that I have to present or make an analysis of our transition state, latest at NP3, which is now. So, ESN review, what is that? The whole process kind of started in 2016 when the current international board put in their action plan the idea to review our whole network basically, and it was accepted by the sections at HEM Warsaw. HEM is the annual general meeting. We had currently one last week online. So the goal was mainly to become more efficient and more structured. And there was the thought back then already in 2016 that the new Erasmus program that starts at 2021 might go global. As we know now, it has global aspects. And the thought then was, will ESN go global as well? So they hired two people to consult two external consultants to look into our structure and see how it can be improved. And the report is then basically based on discussions with national board presidents all over the network, not all, like former international presidents, and workshops at international events with volunteers, and a survey that was disseminated in the whole network that had around 130 answers. So the report then consisted on main points that they want to look into, that should be changed in a certain way. It's about the growth of the network. We had there was always they always said that we have an exponential growth in the amount of sections that join ESN. This narrative has kind of changed. The current board speaks of a linear growth, but we're kind of growing. And then the finances. ESN International has to become more stable financially. That can be done by seeing that the income are grants that are sure, but also to build reserves in certain times, or in times like Corona, as an example. Then to adjust the structure to its needs. So basically, if we have a growth, that we have a structure that can maintain this growth. On the other hand, also a structure that is possible then to go global with. Then the internal communication has to be fixed, because there were, especially at this time, it's still in process, many communication channels, not clear what is used for which information. And then the volunteers have to be exchanged, all of them together. So we need but basically it's the kind of recognition of the volunteers has to be improved. The knowledge management has to be saved. We had the presentation of Fabia before. We're doing this in Switzerland as well. So how to keep the knowledge in a network that has a huge turnover, and improving the visibility and recognition outside of ESN, so that stakeholders and partners do see us, and that we're well recognizable as ESN. And the vision, mission, and values should be adapted to our standards then. So the structure has been tackled, and that's the main point in this presentation, is that was brought in SOS proposals, so the statutes and standing orders were wanted to be changed with a proposal first at HM Costa Brava 2018, where it was not approved, and then they redid the whole proposal and brought a better one to HM Thessaloniki 2019, so last year, where it was approved by the sections. And that means that we will go into a new structure from the 15th of July of this year, so very soon, next month. The visibility and recognition has also been adapted in the sense of that we have a new logo. As you see in the background, there is the old logo, and up in the corner of the presentation, you have the new logo. With that, many things come together. So we also adapted the vision, mission, and values. This was also accepted last year, the logo as well, actually. That is new. I will come to that later as well, so I will not go too much into detail. Where we're still working on is our growth. The idea is to have a more quality growth and not a quantity growth. With that, the kind of requirements for sections and for countries changes. Also, they make a whole process of how to apply to ESN International to become a section of ESN, and how to be part of ESN actually. It also affects the sections and countries that are already in ESN, so some that have a weaker structure themselves do struggle a bit with that. The finances, that's also a work in process. For the last 3 years, they tried to build up reserves. For the 2 years before this year, it worked well. This year, it's a bit difficult, especially because of the Corona time. So this has to be adapted accordingly and then rebuild any reserves that might have been lost this year. Internal communication, that is also very much in process right now. The International Board has released a statement on how they will tackle that, or the first part, over the summer. So that is ongoing. Volunteers, there we have, they want to invest. The idea back then was to invest in something that is called ESN School. But that's very much a kind of a dream at the moment. So we will see how this is ongoing. What we have there is definitely they're working on better recognition of the volunteers. And that's again something that is ongoing. So also the knowledge management, for that ESN International has redone their whole wiki to hopefully use it, to have it use it better for the certainty of the knowledge that it is there and it's easily accessible for everyone. Also a work in process. So the structural changes. Now, the probably biggest change that happened through the structural change is that we come away from the AGM, from the annual general meeting, where all the sections come together and vote. Because at the moment, the sections are the highest decision-making body. We had that last week, the section could vote. Going away from that to the countries voting. And for that, we established something that is called national organizations, called short NO, that becomes the highest decision-making body. So instead of having 500 something sections voting, we will have at the moment 42 countries voting. And that makes an event more easy when it comes to the highest decision-making body. We also have less statutory events. We had normally in the last years, we had 4 CNRs, 1 CND and 1 AGM, which makes 6 statutory events. In the future, we will have 1 per semester, which will be called GA, General Assembly. So we have 2 instead of 6. Also, the NR, so me right now, is not going to be the legal representative of a country anymore. So it's going to be the president by default. This helps, especially in the way that Some countries do not have the HR to fill every position, and instead of the international saying that you have to fill this and this and this position, you can kind of choose how you do that, if you have the president or if you always delegate the votes to the NR, whatever you will do. But it seems more logical for them that the president is the legal representative. So also, as said, high requirements for countries, and that is something we have to adapt to. So I will go through the requirements for an NO that you will know what we have to adapt to. So one of the requirements is have new sections approved by a 2/3 majority. We have that in our statutes, that definitive approval of a section must be approved by a 2/3 majority, so we're clean here. Work in accordance with the mission, vision, and values of ESN. Now, this is a bit of a tricky one because it's either you go kind of against it or you go with it. I think it's in our nature of ESN that we're kind of doing the same thing, but I want to show them to you so you can make your own opinion if we're doing that. So the mission is enrichment of society for international students. I guess we're doing that with our everyday job in the sections. Then our vision is by 2025, ESN will be the global network of the Erasmus generation, committed to improving international education and providing self-development opportunities to 2 million young people, fostering intercultural understanding and creating positive change in society. Now, this is a bit difficult to do. I mean, we cannot do too much to be the global network in a physical sense, but what we can do is be the global network in this nutshell that we have, in the sense of that we not only have Erasmus or people from Europe that we take care of, we take care of international students from all over the world, and that's kind of the point of being a global network. And all the rest is kind of, that's the main vision of ESN International, so we're just a part of this. And the values, so we have unity and diversity, diversity and unity. I guess we're kind of trying to live that every day as well. Students helping students, that's what we're doing. Fun and friendship and respect, I guess we try to have fun in what we're doing and respect each other. International dimension of the life is kind of a given when we have to do with international students. Law for Europe as an area of peace and cultural exchange. I guess that's a bit more difficult because Europe is not necessarily an area of peace. We have war in Europe as well, but that's kind of that. Then openness with tolerance and cooperation in the integration. You can, if you want, you can after the presentation make your own statement about anything. I guess we're kind of going in line with that. So comply with all legal documents of ESN. For that, we have certain SOS changes, so statutes and standing orders changes today, but also at the next event that we will have to comply with all of them, and then we should be done. So that's work in progress. Be legally registered according to its national law. So our national law is kind of cool when it comes to these things. It basically says that if we have the intention of existing as a body, as an association, and this is apparent from our articles, so our statutes, then we're fine. And that's what we're doing. So we kind of are a legal association in Switzerland. Many European countries have it way harder to be legally registered. So have statutes or established procedures with outlined democratic structures and decision-making processes to consult the sections. So we have statutes and standing orders, we're good there. We don't have outlined structure for sections consultation and representation yet. We have our way to do things, but we want to write it down, and that will be something that you have to vote on at the next event, not this one. Have at least 2 sections as its member. We have 15 sections at the moment, so I guess we're fine there. Provide ESN International and the sections with info on their performance at least twice a year according to rules and deadlines accepted by the IB. So that is done on the one hand with the national questionnaire we have to fill in. You have the section questionnaire that you're also doing. and the GA reports, meaning that every time before this GA that I mentioned before, once per semester, we have to give a report on how what ESN Switzerland was doing. It's difficult to kind of fulfill this because this is a continuation of a job, and that will be Lucia that has to do it. So we hope she will do it next year. So we also have to conduct at least 2 NA meetings each year. Now, NA is kind of a new term. It means National Assembly. Now, at the moment, we have minimum 3 NPs per year, so we have more than 2, which is already fine. We call them NPs, so National Platform. Now, the question is if, and that will be a question later, if we want to adapt to this and call it National Assembly, or if we want to clarify that our National Assembly is kind of our national. But for that later. So conduct elections of its NB at least once every 2 years in accordance with their statutes and established procedures. Our SOS says that the mandate of the National Board is 1 year. So that means we vote every year, and we have established in the outline procedures. There, it's all good. We're safe. That's a unicorn. And then we have the National Board must consist of at least 3 members, of which 1 must be the president. Now, that is actually a mistake I've made at MP1, because I took out the national representative but forgot to put in a 3rd person. So I'm coming with another SOS proposal now to put in this 3rd person, whoever that will be. So that's a work in progress, and I hope it will be accepted by you later. Report the acceptance, expulsion, and withdrawal of sections, the election of a new NB or new members of its NB to ESN International and the GA within 30 days. We have these MP reports that have to be done, and that's also the GA that needs to do that in the future. It's a working continuation. That's the NR's job. So attend at least 1 GA during 1 calendar year. As you know, there are 2. We have a budget for statutory events, which is great. So we can see that people can go there without paying themselves. And we have the NR position still, meaning that we have somebody who his job is kind of doing exactly these things. As Lucia can fly, she doesn't need a plane, so we can take this out there. Wonderful. Collect the membership fee of their sections and relay to ESN International. That's already common practice according to our SOS. We've already been collecting the membership fees from all the sections and giving it to ESN International, so we're good there. Fulfill their financial obligations towards ESN International within 60 days of receiving an invoice. That is also kind of a continuation of work. It's an annual fee that has to be paid, and that's basically Valerie that has to do that. She basically takes the money out of our piggy bank and sends it in a bag to ESN International. Now, create an audit body within the NO if it has at least 5 sections. We have a financial audit according to our SOS, and we have more than 5 sections, so we have to have that. So we're good there. The only problem there is that we never find people for the financial audit, so that's kind of the issue. So I went through the requirements, and there are also duties. The requirements are basically things that have to be fulfilled. If you don't fulfill that, you kind of lose your status of a full member. Can mean that you don't have a vote, so you lose some rights, or it can lead to ultimately expulsion if something goes bad. With duties, it's more like something you should do, but if you don't do it, there are no consequences. Now, utilize the ESN corporate identity, meaning we should use the new logo. This is obviously not the star of the logo, but as you see in the presentation, we're already using the new logo. Consult their sections before a GA. That's again the same. We don't have anything outlined yet. We have established procedures, the way we do it, but we plan to bring section consultation guidelines to the next event. I wanted to do that for this event, but as it is online, I think it's not the perfect environment to discuss that. So we will work together. I will work together with Lucia to bring it to the next one. Prepare an action plan at the beginning of the mandate, which is non-contrary to the action plan of ESN International. That is now a fact through the change we made. Before, we always voted first for the board, and then their mandate began, and then they vote for an action plan, and they had 5 months of no action plan. Now we have fixed that, we have the action plan when they start their mandate. So we are good there. Provide a copy of their certificate of incorporation and a copy of the statutes and established procedures in English to the board. We don't have English SOS, as you might know. We have our statutes and standing orders are in German and French. And now we should have a further one, which is English, which is a work in progress at the moment still. I hope to bring this proposal to the next event as well. And then we could think even to just have only the English version instead of having 3 versions. But that's very much up to the sections to decide then. So the board must be notified of any amendments to national statutes and established procedures in English. Again, that's kind of the plan. That is something that has to be done in the future and is up to the next board. Good. So a short summary, a to-do list basically. We have to do some SOS changes. The first one come this event and the next one come the next one. We have to decide whether we call it National Assembly or National Platform. Continuation of reporting and payments as we do it now. We want to write the section consultation guidelines. I'm going to write English SOS with some help, and that's that. So that was a lot. If you have questions, you can ask them now.
Thank you very much, Dave, for this long but very interesting presentation. You really made a presentation that was supposed to be complicated and everything a bit more interactive and a bit more funny. So thank you for that. And now I can open the speakers list for questions. If you have any questions, please raise your hand.
I have a question, but I cannot raise my hand.
Okay, yeah, obviously.
Sophie Girardin, chairing team, thanks a lot for your presentation. I have a question regarding the audit body. Have you considered adding a procedural auditor to the audit body, or at least procedural auditing duties to the financial auditors? Because in the ESN Switzerland, we actually have a lot of established practices. We have a lot of scattered documents with some things that we have to think about. And at the moment, we don't have this formalized in any way. So that means we sometimes forget things or rely on alumni to think about these things, but that's not very reliable.
Thank you for this question. Indeed, that has been in discussion for, I think, a bit now with the establishment of the advisory council. We thought of having them a bit more active and less passive, basically, so that they not only enact when they're asked to enact, but also kind of have maybe one of the 3 members that we have there be kind of more procedurally active, looking what is done, looking for the documents and stuff like that. But we have not made any decision on this. It is also the wish of the advisory council at the moment that we would be more active there. But in the end, that's the national board that should follow up on that, and therefore then the sections that should approve this way or not. I guess that will be a task for the next board, and together with the advisory council there, I hope they could work on something over the summer to look into this. I have no clear answer on this in this.
Okay, thank you, Dave and Sophie, for your question. We still have time for questions. Please feel free to raise your hand if you have any. I'll wait 2 more minutes to see if there are any questions coming. Maybe a bit less. Okay. No questions coming. Okay, then I think I'll propose to close the speakers list as there are no more questions. Does anyone oppose? If so, please tell me right now. Okay, no one opposes. The speakers list is now closed. Thank you very much, Dave, for your presentation. And go to the next presentation. Oh, wait, what? Oh, sorry. No, this is not it. This is it. Wait. Okay. One sec. This should work right now. Okay, perfect. And actually, it's also your turn, Dave. So Dave is going to present to you the SOS changes according to ESN review. So share your screen again. Don't forget to unmute yourself.
Yeah, worked. Sorry, I had some troubles clicking on the button. Yeah, it's me again. Hello. Now this is about the actual proposal that you will vote on. These proposals have now to do with everything I said just before, but this is going to be. Oops. So, no, yes, good. So the change number one. I'm adding a mandatory third person to the NB in this proposal. So at the moment we have the president and the treasurer, and with the third person, which is not defined what position that is. So that's very much up to every NP to decide who should be the third person. Normally we have more people than 3 in the board in any ways. So that's not really a problem. It should just stand in our SOS that it's a minimum of 3 people. And that's basically that. The change number 2 is adjusting the events. So at the moment in our SOS, it says HEM, CNR, CND, and MBM. That's events that will not exist anymore in the future due to the structural change. It will be called EGM, Erasmus Generation Meeting, GA, General Assembly, and NBT, which is the National Board's training. The third change is basically just small adjustments for consistency of the German and the French version. You can choose which instrument the French is and which the German one, but in the end they should make the same music. Then I made one big amendment to the SOS proposal, which is basically the change of all the NPs to NA. Now, this is a bit of a question if you want to have, it's called National Platform or National Assembly. So National Platform is how it was called now all the time. And from ESN International, it will be called National Assembly, which is also kind of a general term. And from this moment on, many countries will change to National Assembly and not call it National Platform anymore. Actually, I have not heard of a country that will keep the word National Platform, but I've heard many that change to National Assembly. We can now choose, or you can now choose, whether you want to still call it National Platform, but define in our SOS that our National Assembly is just called National Platform, or if we just go in line with all the other countries and call it National Assembly in the future. That's kind of the amendment to the proposal. So the way you will vote is basically you will vote first on the amendment, meaning you will decide whether the change will consist of this change with National Platform and National Assembly or not. So if you say yes to the change, you say yes to National Assembly. If you say no to the amendment, you say kind of yes to National Platform. Also, you should always read the documents you vote on. That is a famous quote of Sophie Girardin, and she says that always, so it's kind of valid all the time. That's all, actually. You can ask questions now to this topic, and I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Dave, for your presentation. The speakers list is now open. feel free to raise your hand if you have any questions. Okay, seems everyone is on board. Okay. Okay, so I propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? Okay, so the speakers list is now closed. Thank you very much, Dave, for your presentation. Now we're basically like 20 minutes ahead of time, or a bit more, actually. Yeah, we're way more than, oh, okay. We're like 40 minutes ahead of time. So what I would propose is to do 2 more presentations right now, so that we're done with it with them, and then we move to a coffee break later. Would you like that? If you don't, please tell me now, so that I can amend the agenda. Does anyone oppose? Nope, not apparently. Okay, so the agenda changes are now going to be done. Sophie, do you think that we can move the presentations that are after the annual candidates, or do the AGM reimbursement measures?
Valerie, would you be ready to give your 2 budget and financial report presentations right now?
Yes, I think we can do that.
Okay, then let's do that. Then it should be 25 minutes, and then we take the coffee break.
Perfect. Perfect.
So it's first amendment, I think. I have to open them, sorry, I'm not.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
But I think it's first a budget amendment according to the agenda.
Yes, so first of all, the budget 2020, amendment for goodies and ESN booklets, and then the financial report.
So starting with the amendment, I'm gonna share my screen. Sophia, are you ready? Actually. Yes, no.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Oh, good. So we're doing a budget amendment, the ESN booklets. I'm Valerie. I'm the treasurer of ESN Switzerland, and we have Sophia with us.
Hello.
Communication manager. Yeah. So, it's your turn.
Yeah. Okay. So, can you just put the whole slide on? That would just easier. Thank you. There you go.
Yep.
So, whoop. Technical issues. So basically, why did we come up with this? The idea of this amendment. So it all started with the idea of moving towards a digital and more sustainable version of the Swiss Guide. Because for one, it just doesn't make sense to print so much paper when we know that there's so much of it left over at the end of the year, and we change and adapt the information, so we have to send new ones every year, and it's kind of something we could avoid doing, and it's a shame to do it. And so that if we really do go towards digital version, and the fact that now we're in quarantine, and so it's harder to, well, in quarantine, I mean, we're not anymore, but let's just say it's hard to produce and to kind of ship things. So it's a good time to really move towards that and kind of use this situation as an opportunity to really go towards a digital booklet. So that would mean that we wouldn't have any more printing and distribution costs, which was what the line we had in our budget was about. So once we remove those, we can reallocate them somewhere else. And since another discussion that came up this year, and which unfortunately we're not able to continue because of the situation, but I will make sure it continues on with our new communication manager if and when he's elected, was to create merchandise for the sections. So we thought that it would make sense for such a consequent line to be reallocated to the goodies line, so that we could produce higher quality and more sustainable gadgets and still keep them at an affordable price for the sections. So that's kind of the rationale and the concept behind the budget amendment. So I'll just let Valerie walk you through the money side of things. I'm just doing the fancy artistic side of things. Go ahead.
So yeah, for the money part, it's quite easy. We would decrease the line for the income. So we have in the budget, we have an income line for the ESN booklets where we gather the money, like where the sections pay us and the ESN booklets they ordered. And we would decrease that because we still want to have some margin in there, but we will decrease that by quite a lot, by 1,700 francs. And then also, of course, decrease the expenses from 3,500 to 500. And then we would we would increase the line for the ESN gadgets by the difference we have made we've gained from the decrease in the expenses and the income. So in overall, there would be no change in the gain or loss for the budget of ESN Switzerland. It would just be a shifting around of the money. So yeah, that's that. Any question?
Like, I know we're from Slytherin, but we're nice people. You can talk to us. We're not gonna bite your heads off. Plus, you know, like, come on.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I do agree. I'm also part of Slytherin. Please do not be afraid of us. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Sophia, is your favorite animal a snake?
I don't mind them, actually. I mean, they're not my favorite animal, but I don't mind them. I see you're channeling your inner AGM CT today. Just for context, at 8 p.m., for those who weren't there, the CT just asked questions, waiting for the speakers to kind of ask their questions. It was pretty fun. But yes, I don't mind snakes. I do like black mambas. They're pretty cool snakes.
Makes sense that you're in Slytherin then. We have a question actually from Dave. Dave, the floor is yours.
Actually, it's Theo. I can't raise a hand as co-host. I just realized it's not one of the options. So I just have a quick question. Theo, I guess National Alumni, current education officer and scrutinizer. I'm just wondering, you are switching to digital, but there are still some costs you're calculating. So what's the planned income and the planned expenses?
So first of all, we already made some ESN booklets this year. So we have the budget for the calendar year 2020. So some of the expenses and the income is going into that. And then we just want to have some margins if there are some institutions who still want to have, some small institutions who still want to have printed ones to not really offer the option, but if the option is asked to have that.
Yeah, it's more of a safety net situation, if anything, we need. Or, I mean, even on a digital platform, at some point we might have to shift or move things around, and that might require costs and things like that. So it's really just the safety nets. We don't find ourselves needing to present another amendment if we need to reallocate some kind of budget. We limited it as much as we could so that it's really a small amount, but it's better to still keep something. If maybe in next year nothing of that budget line goes out, we can amend it to really move the line to zero. But for now, I think it's better not to go into a kind of very aggressive budget change where nothing is left for the booklets in case it's needed.
Cool, thank you very much. That's very sensible. My second question would be, what's your justification for increasing the gadgets budget line? What are you planning to do? Could the money be invested otherwise?
So basically, there is a proposal that has been discussed at the community weekend. We just weren't able to put it forth at NPs because they were online, and because of the coronavirus, it's very hard right now to kind of get money. Oh my God. They can't really give you prices and things like that and get them shipped and things like that. It's very complicated right now. So the proposal has been postponed for, I'm guessing, September. I have to talk with the new communication manager when the time has come for us to discuss this. So the idea would be to make a kind of a goodie bag for the beginning of the semester with some equipment for the students that would allow them to kind of have a more sustainable approach to their exchange. So probably a mug, or we were thinking about doing a lunchbox, things like that, that would be kind of branded and designed for ESN and by ESN. And so basically the idea, because these are a little bit more expensive gadgets, if we can reallocate money so we can keep the costs very low for the sections to get them, would make sense. Since we discussed that the other budget lines are pretty standardized and have been working for a long time, there hasn't been a massive need for reallocation of funds, and the other budget lines, we decided to put it there because this right now is the one line that could really use a bit more money, or a lot more money. So hence the decision to put the money there.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Nice beard, by the way. No, but yours, we know it. It's been there forever. Do you have any other questions?
Okay.
Yes?
Me? No, not really. I need my coffee, so if we can move to the coffee break soon, that would be great.
Good.
Yeah. Do you like coffee? This is a trick question.
Oh my God, no, I hate coffee.
You failed the question.
Sorry.
Okay, so we move to the second presentation of Valerie. Valerie, are you ready?
Yep. So, financial report. So I'm still Valerie, I'm still a treasurer. This is just to keep in mind, this is the financial report of 2019 of the calendar year 2019. So this means this is half of my mandate and half of Olivia's mandate, which was the treasurer before me. And the budget amendment we just presented is for the budget of 2020. So just not the same budget. So I can't move my, okay, whatever. So first for the income lines, I'm not going to present you the numbers of every line. You can read them in the report, but I'm trying to explain a bit where the lines, where we spend less, and where we got more money, and all of the other options. So first, and I'm going through the groups of the budget lines. So you can still follow the budget lines, but I'm not presenting the numbers for all of the lines. First, the line for the income from the membership fees and the grants. This means the membership fees we receive from the ESN sections, and the grant we receive from the national agency, which is a really important grant for ESN Switzerland. And the blue arrow thingy there means that this is more or less according to the budget. So we don't have changes with the budget here. Just keep in mind for the number of the membership fees, this is the direct number we get. This is not the profit we make from them. So we for the profit, we have to take the income we get from the membership fees minus the expenses we make for ESN International, which is, yeah, that's just that is important, and this is according to budget. Then we have the sponsoring. We received much more money in the sponsoring than we expected, or that was budgeted, and this is more or less what the partnership manager is dealing with at the moment, Mathieu, and before him it was Kwasi. Then we have the income from the services. This is mainly the ESN cards. This is the biggest part. There were much more ESN cards ordered than budgeted, so the overall income in this group is has a growth of 32%. For the community weekend, it was more or less what we budgeted. And for the booklets, we had less income than budgeted as there were less booklets ordered. Yeah. This is, you can see here in what there's, yeah, sorry. You can see that the membership fees and grants is actually the most important part, or like the grant is the national agency grant is the most important part, because as I said, for the ESN cards and the membership fees from the section, you still have to deduct afterwards the payments we have to do to ESN International to get the net profit we make from these. But the ESN cards are still an important part for our income. And the sponsoring, which was much higher than we expected for last year. So overall, the income was higher than budgeted. Then for the expenses side, we have the ESN International, which are the statutory meetings, which was, or this year still is, but then the AGM, the annual general meeting, which you have a photo here on the left. Then the community meetings, and this is from the Business and Finance conference where I was attending. There were also other, therefore each post in the national level, you have a community meeting which you can attend. And we also have the expenses for the ESN cards, the payments we have to do to ESN International here. So how does this look? Overall, we spent more money than we expected, which is mainly because we had much more ESN cards ordered than budgeted. So we also spent much more on the ESN cards than budgeted. Then for the statutory meetings, we spent a little bit less, but for the non-statutory meetings, a little bit more. So they cancel each other out. And we're not speaking about the big difference. And the membership fees from ESN International, we had 16 sections. We budgeted 16 sections, so yeah, you're fine. Then the next group is the ESN Switzerland group, which are the national platforms. The biggest expenses are the national platforms, but there are also the national level meetings, or here you have a photo from the national level transition weekend from 2019, last summer. So there are also some smaller expenses, but first we have the travel expenses, which are the expenses the national level makes to go to meetings, for example, to go to national platforms in a normal case, not at the moment, but whatever, due to COVID, of course. And then the education national events, these are the events our education officer at the moment, Luca Schneeberger, and before him, Nino, are attending. And then some software and internet expenses, the administrative expenses, these are not big expenses. So again, they are canceling each other out. And these are expenses like the forum or the mailing server thingy, sorry, not technical terms, and the postal fees. And then we decided to spend a bit more on the ESN Switzerland gadgets already last year, because we had so much more income than expected, and was after the NP. And this is a decision the national board did, but it is not, overall, we still spend much less in this group than budgeted. And also in the same group, we're still talking the biggest expenses are for the national platform, where we support the OCs of the national platforms. And last year there was one NP, the NP3, so the second one in the calendar year of 2019, which unfortunately there was no OC found. So at the time, Vice President Bütti took over, and there were little costs for this NP. So overall, there's a big difference in what was budgeted for the national platform, and was really what is the real expense Also, there was also in the national platform, there's money allocated for trainers to come to national platforms to have better, a good quality workshops, and this was not used yet enough. This we can still use more money in this. Unfortunately, at the moment, due to COVID, we are also not using that, but this is something we have to keep in mind and improve in. Also for the international guests, there was less spent than budgeted. And for the NB meetings and the national board meetings, and for the gifts we have for the OCs, there was more or less what was budgeted. And this is a really small expense. Then for the projects, which are mainly the national events, and here you have a photo of the community weekend, where Dave is explaining something. We put more money in the national events to have more quality events. But for the ESN booklet, as we have seen before, in the income line, there were less ordered, so also the expenses were less big than expected. And for the community weekend, the expenses were a bit smaller than budgeted, so this also gives us an overall decrease by 17%. For the section development, these are mainly the intersection events, where you have the train rally, which is now a national event, but last year it was an intersection event. And you have the photo here, which, I mean, it was a great event. But still, we have spent less for the intersection events, because in the end, there are some events that cost less than expected. And we also, the section support, which is the money for 1 or 2 section members to attend the national platform, the travel expenses, also a bit, we also spend a little less. So overall, also a bit less for this group. And here you have the overall expenses line. You see the biggest expenses go to ESN International, and then the project and ESN Switzerland, which are both for ESN Switzerland. Which I didn't mention is the membership fee. This is the membership fee for the student union, which is a constant fee we just pay every year. And it's a small expense in the overall expenses. So I'm done. And do you have questions? Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much, Valerie, for your presentation. Now the speakers list is open for questions. Okay. Not a lot of questions today. Okay. Okay, I'll ask you the same question that I asked Sophia. Do you like snakes?
Snakes? No.
Okay.
Not at all. You can really scare me with snakes, so no.
I mean, okay. Slytherin will teach you well.
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay.
Dana, do you have a question for me? You're sneaking up behind Yas.
He just left. Okay, then I guess we can close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? Nope. Perfect. So now we have a quick coffee break of 15 minutes. And Sophie is now doing a really nice work and putting the real times on the agenda, so you can follow the updated agenda times directly on the spreadsheet of the agenda. So feel free to look at it, and we will see each other in 15 minutes. We can start. Okay. So welcome back, everybody. Ghazan, is the live on? Ghazan. Okay, perfect. So welcome back, everyone. We're gonna start the second part of our morning session. We already did quite some stuff that was not supposed to be done before the coffee break. So we'll have a shorter morning session than expected. We're already 20 minutes ahead of time, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, and we have the round of candidate presentation for the national level now. As you may know, we already voted and elected several national level candidates at the last NP. And now it's time to listen to the see the presentations of the new candidates for the remaining positions. So the first one is the education officers presentation. I'm gonna before every presentation, I'm gonna give you the tasks of each position. And first of all, education officer. This person is in charge of the external representation towards Movesia, the IROs, and EAIE. So everything related to education. Movesia being the Swiss Institute for Changes, Mobility, among other things. IROs being the International Relation Offices in universities, and EAIE is an education conference bringing together a lot of people from the education community in Europe. And the education officer has to also promote education-related topics, has to ensure the long-term strategy in education, has to be updated about the education field, and has to attend international events. So I welcome to the floor the National Education Officer candidate, Luca Schneider, ESN EPF result. Luca, the floor is yours. Has to ensure the long-term strategy in education, has to be updated about the education field.
So can you only hear me?
International. So I welcome to the floor the National Education Officer candidate, Luca.
You see my screen now?
ESN EPF result.
Okay.
Luca, the floor.
So thanks all for your attention. This is my presentation for my candidacy for education officer for the next mandate. So I'm Lucas Schneeberger. I was the education officer in 2019, 2020. So that's up to now. And I'm applying for a second mandate. See my screen now? So as I said, okay, it's a new year, but it's someone has already done a mandate. Basically, I've been spending the last year getting to know the people that I have to talk with. For example, Movesia and the IROs and all the active stakeholders in the education sector. That takes time, and I think it's an investment for kind of future. It would not make sense to have spent the year getting to know these people without using the spending last year. So now it's time, I think, to move forward with these people and to do things. And the active stakeholders. So the Erasmus program, you probably know that we're getting a new Erasmus program in 2021 at the European level. But the decision making at the European level is taking time and is actually late. So now because of the special situation and because of the internal system of the European Union, it takes time. So kind of there's still the impulse that we have to make in Switzerland to join Erasmus Plus is different preferred is delayed to 2021 somehow. So it's not now that the decision is made at the Swiss level. It's going to be in 2021. So that's why also I want to push my mandate to next year so that I can have a certain continuity on advocating for Erasmus Plus at the Swiss level. There's still some that we have to make in Switzerland to join. So it's an old NIMI, but it's a new team. We recently created a new position, which is liaison officer for education and youth, to be able to do more in the education sector in ESN. Dana, this person is going to be Nicole, and also Dana, the new president, is really involved in the education research sector. So I'm super motivated and excited to collaborate with them, and we've already started. Since they got elected, we've been working on the petition. We've been restarting contacts with the international relation offices of the universities. So it's looking super well, and I'm excited to collaborate with them. So I'm super a little bit more precisely about what I plan to do. I plan to promote the petition that we've launched together with the Student Union and the Youth Council. It's gonna run up to September, so that's already 3 months of the mandate. And the plan is also to organize a conference about Erasmus Plus. And but I will tell you more about this in my action plan. I plan to promote the petition that so that's it for my side. Now I'm just looking forward to taking your questions. It's gonna run up to September, so that's already 3 months. But I cannot hear you. And that's fine. The plan is also to organize a conference about Erasmus Plus. And but I will tell you more about this in my action.
Okay, thank you very much, Luca, for your presentation. The floor is now, sorry, the speeches is open for questions. If you have any questions, please raise your hand.
I cannot hear you. And that's fine.
Okay, we have Theo. Theo, you can go. The floor is yours. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Great presentation, Schnip. Nice to see you running again. I'm asking now 2 questions. The first one would be, and this might be covered by your action plan later on, so just say if that's the case, but how exactly is the work distribution going to go between you, the president, who is now also working more in external stuff, and the liaison officer? Do you have any plans there, or is that already covered by the AP?
Yes. Yeah.
Cool.
No, I say it's covered entirely by the AP. We also want to have some flexibility throughout the year. We cannot fix the things on paper. But you know, Nicole, the liaison officer, is the only one, is the only German speaking in the team. That was really important to us, to have someone that is able to speak Swiss German as a mother tongue. So she's naturally going to be more in direct contact with the Swiss German people, mainly the IROs of the German speaking university. Cannot fix the things. On the side, I'll be focused on Mauricia, which is in the main financial partner of ESN. That was really important. And I'll be also in contact more with the VSS UNES, the student union. I want to have a bigger involvement in cheese. So that way, I'll be able to go to all the meetings with German speaking university. About the exact position of that, it's true that it's not clearly separated for now. Yeah, I think he also needs to realize what he likes more with the VSS. Also for Nick, they need to start the mandate, also realize what they prefer. So that way, I'll be able to go to all the meetings. Does that answer your question? About the exact position?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. And in my opinion, the more people working on education, the better. So that's perfect. My second question is, are all 3 of you going to be joining the education community of ESN International?
Not really, no. I think important. I think Nicole is going to be at the Swiss. she's gonna decide about that, but be in charge of the education community.
Yes, it
and
does. Thank you
national
very
level.
much. And in my
I
opinion,
should have
more
mentioned
people
that before.
working on
Also
education
because
is
of the
better
name
for
of the
the
position.
debate.
I think
My second question
being
is, are all
education
4 of you
officer
going to be
is
joining
more
the
is
ESN
mirroring better what's happening in other
ESN
countries.
International?
They expect to find an education officer to be in charge of the education community, so
is going to be
I think it's my responsibility.
she's going to decide about that, but be in charge of the education
Yes,
community.
it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
In my
much,
opinion,
Theo,
more
for your
people
question.
working on
And
Also because of the name of the
answer.
position.
Do we have
I
any
think
other
my second
questions?
question is, are all
education
4 of you
officer
going to
is
be
more
joining
is
the ESN
mirroring better what's happening in other countries.
I do not.
They
Okay,
expect to
so
find
we can move
education
forward.
officer
Thank
to
you very
be
much,
in charge
Mika,
of
for
the
your
education
presentation.
community,
Thank you all for your attention.
she's going to decide about that, but
We can now go back
be in
to the
charge of the education
Yes,
community.
it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
I should have
Theo,
mentioned
for your
that before.
question. And
Also because of the name of the
answer.
position.
Do we have, and now onto the position that Luca has mentioned before, the liaison officer position. So what is what does a liaison officer do? So this person represents ESN Switzerland towards Valsasunes. So it's the association representing all student associations in Switzerland. So like it recruits all the general bodies in universities. I don't know. So this person, the ITPF, okay, EPFL is not part of it, but for example, AG Poly at EPFL, AGF in Fribourg, but not all of them are part of Valsasunes. And finally, this person has to develop and implement a strategy together with the education officer and president on how to collaborate with actors in field of youth and education. So our candidate for this position is Nicole Martinez Contreras from ESN Bern. Nicole, the floor is yours. And finally,
thank you. So I will share my screen with you.
Strategy together with the education officer and president.
Now you can see it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So our candidate for this position is Nicole Martinez Contreras from ESN.
Well, so yes, I am the one who is candidacy from the liaison officer for education and youth. First of all, a little bit about me. I'm come from Ecuador. Now you can. So my mother tongue is Spanish, by the way. But I was at the French school, so I learned French. I lived in Geneva for 3 years, and right now I'm in Bern. Already 5 years. I am going to stay in Bern, so that's also a strategic part from the education field, since a little bit about me. I'm officers from Valsasunes, and a lot of things are happening in Bern. I'm going to be done with my studies in 2 weeks, so I'm then going to work as a primary teacher in Langnau, the city which I will move tomorrow. I already found one job there. My experience, well, I began in ESN Heidelberg as an active member while my Erasmus there. Then I joined ESN Bern. At the same time, I tried to join ESN Fribourg, but I didn't take me in. Since 2019, I am the co-president in ESN Bern with Turka. The events attend, I was on the NP Olden, Geneva Online Community Week in Biel, and then the team, as another team, then I joined ESN Bern. I think the skills I can take into this team is the team spirit, the creativity, flexibility, organization, all those I need to use already in my profession as teacher. So I think it's going to be a great year with this team. And as I told you before, the languages, I love the languages. I need to speak more. I understand more languages. So I think it's going to be great to also develop some contacts with other people. And then my vision from my mandate, I would really love to improve the Erasmus at school. That's this picture here, what the people who are in exchange can go to schools to present themselves, their culture, etc. So I was planning to do that in my classroom since I will have one, but also to develop, to advocate from Switzerland to join the Erasmus Plus program, and then to have a big community work and to also put some visibility of the education field. And my last slide, as we said before, we already began. So as you see, we were at the Bern Expo, the Corona Parliament during these times, and during the rain, just making Erasmus great again. Thank you so much for your attention, and if you have questions, the education field to present themselves, their culture, etc. And my last slide, as we said before, we already began.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Nicole. Great last slide. If you have any questions, the speakers list is now open. We already have 2 questions. Theo, you're first. The floor is yours.
Cool. I always have to mute and unmute several things because we're multitasking here. So wonderful to see this new position in ESN. I'm super excited about this and also your application. So congratulations. Also to Schneep as well. I didn't say congratulations to you as well for running. I'm just wondering if you've already considered joining the next IROT conference, if you know what that is. That's there's IRWAS for applied sciences, all the international offices meet, and the same for the teachers' education. So that's all of the PHAs, the Pädagogischen Hochschulen meeting. Are you planning to increase our collaboration with them? Our collaboration with IRWAS, the applied sciences, is already quite good, but you seem the perfect person to maybe work on the collaboration with the teachers' education and push Erasmus in schools much larger, like nationally. What do you think about that?
I think that's really okay. Yeah, I think that's really a great idea. I didn't thought about it before, but I already see it at the HOP. They have collaboration with students, but it's not so good. So I think it could be a great idea
to maybe work on the collaboration with the teachers' education and push Erasmus in schools much larger, like nationally. What do you think?
Sorry, Nicole, but your voice was a bit cracking.
Yeah, I think that's really a great idea. I didn't thought about it before, but I already see it at the. Now you hear me?
Yes, but there's an echo from.
Yeah, but now it's good. So yeah, I just said it would be a great idea to do this collaboration with these institutes, since I can see the collaboration with the HOP. They have it's not so good, so it's the opportunity to do it. Now you hear me?
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Theo, for your question, and Nicole for your answer. We still have.
But now it's good. So yeah, I just
one
said
more question.
It would be a great idea to do this collaboration.
All right. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nicole, for your application. Congrats. Quick question regarding the network, the ESN Swiss network. Your focus will be mainly on the external representation. How do you see also your collaboration with NEV on promoting the field of education within the Swiss network and for the section? Do you plan on having kind of a contact with the section, or right? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that's more a section business, but we should find something to promote this education field on towards our section.
How do you see also your collaboration with NEV on promoting the field of education within the Swiss network and for the section? Do you plan on having kind of a contact with the section, or right?
We have one more question from Schnepp.
Yeah, I think that's more a section business, but
Yeah, more of a reaction to what has been said about Iruta. We actually have an increased collaboration with Iruta. By increase, I mean that we sent a couple of emails to IROs in the pedagogical high schools, and actually, it's more of a reaction with the IROs. That's what we are doing at the moment. We are trying to get contact with them and we're getting answers.
Luca, your sound is bad. Can you repeat what you said after sending a few emails to Ayute?
Yeah. Should I speak louder? And actually,
no, it's more of a network problem. I think your internet is not that great.
Yeah, we are 4 people on my Wi-Fi. That's probably why. We're trying can you stop your and we were getting answers. So it's, I think having more contact with Iruta and EUIS, it goes together also to have, with the strategy of having more contact with the IROs in general. Should I speak louder? And that's what we're doing. We are trying to have, to go to the we are higher education institute personally, and to go visit the IROs and to do what we call a section visit. Because as you know, I think we don't have the buddy system anymore in the national level, but we'll do sections visit, education section visits, and that will be a good opportunity for meeting the IROs at the same time. So I think that answers both questions at the same time. Institute personally, and to go visit the IROs and to do what we call a section visit. Because as you know, I think we don't have
I have a question.
the buddy system anymore in the national level.
Vice Chair of the chairing team. Question for Nicole. Why did you run for liaison officer and not for education officer?
Meeting the IROs at the same time.
Can you hear me?
That answers both questions at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, it was some personal issues at the beginning, but then I contacted Luca and we spoke together what it's gonna be the best solution for the network. And this Luca just told you before his first year, it was really the contacts between
Sorry, but your sound is really bad.
Can you hear me?
I don't know if the other person on the same Wi-Fi can turn off the video.
Yeah, it was some personal. Now you can hear me better. Okay. So at the beginning was more a personal issue, and then I contacted Luca and we spoke together who can the community best. And as Luca told you before, his first year was making some relationships with Mobility and Pablo experience. So he decided it would be great if he can do it starting next year because he's the main person.
I'm sorry, it's still really problematic. It works at the start and then it goes really
Okay. Maybe I can write it if you want.
You can try to answer from another one's computer.
Okay.
Can you?
So it would be great if he can do it starting next year because he's the main person.
I'm sorry, it's still really in the meantime of the part that we got is at the beginning it was more of a personal issue. You contacted Luca, you spoke together on how to serve the community, and then as I told you before, and then I couldn't understand.
Okay. As Luca told you before, he was doing his first year mandate making the contact with Mobility and the Fawces Ines. So we decided it would be great if he could continue that to be the main contact person, and if I can just come into the team, like to support the team, and then split. It's not clear right now, but split a little bit of task between the external representation and the international representation. And it also fits better with my first year of teaching. So we decided for me. Great if we could continue that to be the main contact person, and if I can just
okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, if there are no more questions, I propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? No? Okay, so thank you very much for your presentation, your questions and answers. onto the communication manager candidacy. So the tasks of the communication manager are the following. So the communication manager has to preserve the corporate identity, has to disseminate information regarding communication related issues, and has to take care of the ESN guide that was mentioned before during the budget amendments, take care of social media and on the communication manager has national ESN preserve the corporate communication channels, and finally also contribute to the web-related issues. So we have as national communication manager candidate Nicolas Laguimita from ESN Geneva. Nicolas, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello everyone. I will share my screen. Okay, I think it's okay. Everyone see it. So hello everyone. Thank you for giving me the floor. So I'm here today behind your screen to do my to introduce myself and my candidature for being part of the national board as a communication manager. I'm Nicolas. I was the previous president of ESN Geneva 2019-20. I'm 23 years old and coming from Vivienne. I made my Erasmus in French in the beautiful city of Geneva. But I'm kidding. I never do a Erasmus, but I feel like that because I moved on 3 years ago in the campus of Geneva to do my bachelor, and where all my courses in English, and I was totally lost in a foreign land. The ESN Geneva family welcomed me, and that's why I have the feeling to do a kind of action. So my story in ESN started in 2018 in the communication committee, of course, which I became 6 months later the manager. Things were going well. I was elected the president last year of an amazing team. The year was very crazy, and here I am running for the national level. I was to the 3 last NPs and I made 1 committee, which I became 6 months. About my communication background, to make a long story short, I was in an art school in the Châtel Mountains in order to learn graphic communication and media design. This allowed me to find a job few years later to finish my study in Geneva, like a media designer, communication agency in Geneva. In a we don't care background, you can notice that I have a dog, a GP. This kind of dog is really appreciating design side. Besides all my occupations, my work association, I made a bachelor in management and economics. I recently created a new university association in Geneva. So why me for this position? Except that I'm motivated and there is no one there for this position. I have 7 years background in communication. Added to my current experience in ESN Geneva with important position, make me feel ready and confident to take this position of national communication manager. Only if you accept me, I will present you my whole action plan. But before that, I will just show you the main location. So I have the intention to keep on with the amazing job of Sofia and collaborate with local communication managers. The great novelty is a video project that maybe I will have the opportunity to introduce you during my action plan. My biggest issue is my personal challenge with my studies. In addition to doing very badly, I write very badly, but the national board told me that they will love me despite this defect, and I hope that I will improve quickly. So, but it's easy with the project that maybe I will have the opportunity. What motivates and I want to contribute even more after the local level to the national one. In addition to this very bad, that's it for me. Thank you for telling me that you will love me despite the fact, and I hope that I will improve quickly.
Thank you so much, Nicolas, for this great presentation. I personally really loved it.
Even more,
the speakers list is now open for questions.
And I want to contribute even more after the local level to the national one. In addition to this very bad.
Okay, we have Sophia. Sophia, the floor is yours.
Hello, Nicolas, and thank you for your candidacy. It's really nice to see someone interested in taking up the position. I just wanted to know, considering, as I mentioned earlier, about the goodies, that it wasn't possible to actually go through with the proposal because of the situation with the coronavirus, would that be something you'd be interested in continuing working on and taking over the proposal and building on it to present it to the section? It's really nice. Yeah. That's my question. Taking up the position.
Yeah, but we spoke about that last time. But yes, I want to you introduce the project, and I want
it wasn't possible to
keep on with it. And if we can take the order here, I will make it
continuing working on and taking over the proposal and building on. Thank you. Presenting to the section. It's really nice. Yeah. That's my question. Taking up the
Okay,
position.
thank you so much, Sophia. We have another question from Fabian.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Nico, for your great presentation. Very happy to see you applying. Quick question regarding ESN International. Do you see yourself being involved in the international communication community? And are you considering maybe joining some events such NP3 national training?
Thank you, Fabian, for your question. Yes, I want at least one.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nico, for your great presentation. Very happy to see you applying.
The international
question regarding
network,
ESN International.
but I think there is three communication, but at least one I want.
Community, and are you considering maybe joining some events such NP3 national training?
Thank you very much, Fabian, for the question. And Nicolas, do you have any other questions? Then I propose to close the speakers list and move on to the next topic. Thank you very much, Nicolas, for your presentation. Okay. Okay, so now, Alex.
Okay, so now it's Yas' turn to present his candidacy, so I will just take the lead to introduce what he's going to do. So he will be the link between the local and the international level about the subject of causes, and he will also lead the community of LR with the NR, so with Lucia. He will also ensure the implementation of project linked to causes in the network, and he will be in contact for the local members concerning project and causes. So now, yes, you can present yourself about the subject of causes, and he will also lead the community of LR with the NR, so with Lucia. He will also ensure
So I'll present to you
the implementation of project linked to causes in the network.
also organize some events and a lot more. For a lot of years. So, why project manager? I'm very true to my convictions. I really stand for what I believe in, and I don't really flinch whenever it suits me. And I'm also very passionate about making a positive impact in our society. As I mentioned, I used to live in Lebanon, and I grew up in an environment where there were a lot of social issues.
know so much about it. But anyways, more serious stuff. About mobile phone deal, do you plan on reaching new partners or try to compete with Lebara and third point, future collaborations and requests?
I think it's complicated to find a new partner on this field because like we already have Lebara and they still want to work with us, just not give us as much money as they did previously, which is understandable. But finding new partners, we won't get better deals, I think. And now Lebara is kind of working on self-activating SIM card that we could just distribute or sell to the Erasmus student directly. So if they manage to do this properly, like it's the best deal on mobile phone we can get in Switzerland, in my opinion, for the moment.
Okay, thank you, Fabien, for your question and Mathieu for your answer. Do we have any other questions? Please feel free to raise your hand. Okay. Okay, then I propose to close the speakers list. Theo? No, okay, no. Okay, so I propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? No. Okay, so the speakers list is now closed, and we are done with the national level lecture. Sorry, candidate presentation. So now we're gonna move to a little energizer. We did not prepare for you a live energizer, but we still have a fun one for you to enjoy. So I'll put it right now. Rezan, can you please stop the live? Can you please all mute yourselves?
Ah, c'est bien
Someone
parce
is
qu'il n'y a pas de présentation. C'est juste des questions, puis comme personne ne l'aura lu, il n'y aura pas de questions. J'espère quoi.
Pas bien. Okay. Perfect. Let's go back to our presentation. Good to know for next time. Do not do an energizer on YouTube. Prepare a live energizer. Okay. And now we can move on. We don't have a lot of things left before lunchtime. Now we actually have only 2 things before lunchtime. We're almost on time. So first of all, we have the final report of the national level. It will not be presented. It has been said before. The final report was sent as a voting document. And if you all did your job, you should have read them. But anyways, if you read the final report and you have any questions, please feel free to ask them now to the national level.
I have some questions.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, first question, I guess, is mostly for the president, but anybody else from the national level can answer. My question is regarding the fact that you created 2 new national positions this year, so section manager and liaison officer. After there was already a new position created last year, the national event manager. So if you look at other countries, there are some other national positions that we could do, like ESN car manager, these kind of things. So I think right now we have maybe about 12 positions. It could go up to 15 or even 20. So do you think there is a limit on the number of people that should be on the national level? And what are the downsides of having too big of a national level?
Yes, thank you very much, Sophie, for the question. Very round one. I will gladly answer if of course, as a national level member, if answers, feel free to. First of all, we also removed the position of national representative, so we lost 1 position by creating 2 new ones. Actually, the national event manager was, the implementation was, to our point of view, a success. It definitely helps also from the network side to develop a real strategy and to empower also the collaboration between the sections. And from the education side as well, I think we also felt the need that, we need more, I would say, workforce in that direction, and Nicole was ready to take up the job. So, from our point of view, those were, I would say, relevant creation of positions. Of course, now 12 is a big number, especially because we have for now only 4 people in the national board, meaning we have 8 board support. Definitely at some point, I do not believe that we should go higher, or we should actually trying to create some committees, like an education committees or like communication committees or whatsoever, to focus on projects. But I think for now it's doable, but definitely I will not suggest to go higher with that current structure.
And why?
What do you mean? Why not going higher? Also, from management point of view, I think it's pretty hard to, let's say, micromanage about 12 people on board. Therefore, if we go higher than 12, I would suggest to have like small teams. I don't know, like maybe a communication team of 4 or 5 people. I don't know if you have good idea in design and stuff, and the communication would be the lead of that group. Same for education, same for, if we're going further in that direction. But I don't know, at some point, because I know that in many countries, we have many positions, or actually some in committees and not officially national level. But I think it's going to be also up to the new board to decide at some point if that person should be included as national level member as board support, or just as committees and kind of liaison between section and national level.
I have still other questions.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Okay. Second question is regarding the community weekends, so probably more for Alex. First of all, congratulations also to Armand for the great job with the community weekends this year. You mentioned in the report that it's partially a training weekend for local board members. And as far as I know, we rarely have a lot of other positions than president, vice president, or local representatives attending. So usually, for example, you don't have 6 treasurers and you cannot give a budget training, or like 5 communication manager and you can give a Canva training, etc. So would you consider moving maybe the more technical position, local board training, towards online trainings? So for example, now with the corona, everybody has been using way more Zoom. So would you have, how to make your own website, how to make a budget, how to use Photoshop, whatever, these kind of more technical workshops that are less exchanging and a bit more one-way teaching? Would you consider moving these into online trainings so that the community weekend is more focused on everything that's interactive?
Thank you very much, Sophie, for your question. So first, I just want to react to what you said first about the people who were joining. So in fact, we had a lot of different positions at the last community weekend. Also some people that didn't have any position in the board. So it was very like, how do you say, different than the people that we had. So it was very interesting also to receive different feedbacks. So I think that looking to if it's possible to organize something online could be possible. Also, we need to check this with the new board and the people who would like to give this workshop or training. Also, the idea was from Annie to have a different weekend, which was for ESNer, but not really necessarily linked to ESN, and had some training offers and, for example, linked to health and stuff like that. And I think we definitely need to discuss how we want to develop it in the future. But we also need to keep in mind that sometimes the online offer of the training is not as good as in physical. And yeah, everything needs to be discussed, I guess. But thank you for bringing this up, and we will see what we can do.
Thank you. I still have other questions. I will go ahead as long as nobody else raises their hand. Then I have a general question regarding the wiki that was not very present in the final report, but in my perspective, we have a bit of a problem in ESN Switzerland with archiving the documents, the important documents, and making sure that everybody has access to them, because we kind of gave up on the wiki in the past years. So that means now if I want to find back a document that was voted on 3 years ago, either I'm on the mailing list and I'm lucky and I get it, otherwise I don't have access to it. So how big of a problem do you think that is, and how would you address it? Fabien, you can go ahead, answer on behalf of your board.
All right. No, I mean, considering the wiki, especially that way, I think, I mean, we still tried as sharing platform, trying to establish that sharing is caring folder from last year, but it was not big success. I think discussion definitely has to be made with the new elected board, especially with Dana and the new Nico, the WPA, to see how we can go with the future of the wiki, especially also linked into the international level. And that's it. But I mean, we are actually, to be honest, on the look, we actually suffered because, I mean, we didn't really have any like centralized tool, and I think that's definitely something that should be improved also for the sections and also for ourselves in the future.
Okay, then a small question for the partnership manager. You mentioned that you would like to translate the partnership booklet into Italian, German, and French. That's great, but concretely, how will you do that? Do you already have a team of translation people? And if you do, would these people be ready to work on other stuff, such as, for example, translating the statutes into Italian and English? Mathieu, should I repeat the question?
I don't know if Mathieu is here.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay. My question was about the partnership booklet, which is a great initiative, by the way. And it's mentioned in the final report that you plan on translating it into Italian, German, and French, which is great. And so my question is, do you already have a team that would be ready to translate it into these languages? And if you do have a team, would these people also be ready to work on other documents that need translating? For example, our SOS don't exist in Italian, neither in English, which they really need to be translated into.
I don't have any team yet for this. I mean, I can do the French part and German part a bit with few friends, but for the Italian, yeah, I know few friends, so I was like, I intended to ask some friends on my side, but I don't have any teams. I don't know if someone in ESN will be interested to do this with me. If so, it will be my pleasure to work with someone, but not yet. No. Does that answer your question?
Hi, I'm Ira from Lugano, ESN Lugano. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry for interrupting. Maybe if it's in our favor to translate it in Italian, I can help you.
Okay, great. I'll contact you then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions?
I still have one.
Okay, go ahead.
I know, but Theo has one, so Theo can go first.
Amazing. Theo, do you want to go?
Yes. Can you guys hear me again?
Yes.
Nice. Okay, so thank you very much for the report and all your fantastic work. Mine's a bit more of a broader question. My question has been triggered by the lack of questions today from sections in this meeting and the absence of a document that we should vote on today. I'm wondering what you think of the critical thinking capabilities of our network and the consequential increase of accountability of the national level. How has it been for you this year, and do you have any recommendations on how this can be improved?
Who from the NL wants to go?
Theo, can you just, sorry for interrupting, repeat the question? I guess it's my internet that was a little bit bad, but it kind of lagged and I didn't hear all of it. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so I always have to unmute like two things because we have so many screens here. Okay, so my question was, my question is triggered by the lack of questions from sections in this meeting and the absence of a document that we should vote on today. I'm wondering what you think of the critical thinking capabilities of our network and the consequential increase of accountability of the national level through this critical thinking. How has the experience been for you this year, and do you have any recommendations on how this can be improved?
Well, I suggest I can start if no one else from the local, from the national level wants to. Thank you very much, Theo, for the question. It's a big topic. I think
that by many ways has been tried to be, I would say, to be improved. But the problem is it's kind of hard to involve as much as we'd like the section in our daily work, meaning it's already hard trying to convince everyone to only, I would say, join the national platform or the community weekend or being involved in just network general. I mean, the main focus of the section are obviously their section, their Erasmus students, meaning definitely we should try to make our updates, for instance, I would say, maybe trying to be, I don't know, funnier, trying to be more accessible. We're trying instead, last time, instead of having like a long report for NP2, trying to make a video, like a 20 minutes video. So I tried different stuff, but like, I'm fully aware that it's kind of hard to, I don't know, to be honest, that's something that we should definitely work on also with the next national board, trying to improve, you mentioned before, trying to make sure that the section could be like more criticized and might have questions. I don't know if us, like the board, are maybe too loud, or if we ask too quickly question, and maybe some section member would be afraid to ask. If the online thingy right now doesn't necessarily help to be even more engaged. I think that's what we saw also with AGM. We had barely no question, while in reality we have many, many questions. But definitely deserve to be discussed and forward.
Valerie, do you want to go first, or unless I didn't see someone else? But
yeah, no, I'm gonna go on the online thing, because I think a lot of the questions, especially if you're more a newbie, not that you don't know the national level that much, it is easier to approach the national level if you see them, and maybe also approach them if you can approach them privately, like at the normal national platform where you're physically there. You can just ask questions privately, or just in a break or something, and then you already have a small bond with this person. I think was much harder this year in the last two NPs, when you're online, when you don't really see the reactions of the people, when you don't really have the feeling of the mood of everything. So I think there is even more hesitation, as Fabien said, to ask the questions and to be critical, and also to be involved, to really read into what we're doing, and then to be involved, because you already don't have because you don't really think you will get it, and it's just too much if you don't really can approach us that much. So I think we are in this online situation maybe a bit less approachable as the national board, just because you don't have the events where you really see us, and we're just behind the screen and a bit hiding behind the screen. And I mean, the answers are coming a bit lagging. I don't know if that's clear what I wanted to say.
And I actually wanted to add to this that, I mean, I see your point, Theo, I see what you're saying, but I mean, maybe it's just because of the difference of perspective. I felt like people were very much involved in their own way. The thing is, when you have the local level, of course, some people are going to be more involved in what happens nationally, and some people are going to be more involved in what happens locally, because they have responsibilities there. So I mean, I felt this year that there was a very good connection between the people who were really kind of involved in the national and into bringing back the local. So of course you won't always have all the local section being involved nationally, because it's just not feasible. But I did feel like that there was a very nice kind of bridge between the people who were really locally involved, but also brought to the national level table and really participated. And I saw it, for instance, at the AGM, the call we had between us, the people who were present really kind of participated and discussed and were really interested and involved in knowing what was going on. And so, I mean, I know, as Valerie said, the online situation hasn't really helped, but I mean, my perspective on the matter is that there has been quite a nice interaction this year with the local sections. And I know the final report is different this year, but I don't feel that kind of hinders on the fact that people were involved in their own way quite actively. if that kind of answers your question.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, it was also, my question was actually not supposed to be any criticism on you. It was the same problem in my 2 years. It's an ongoing discussion and something that I think we should work on more. So my follow-up would there be, do we need to have a stronger official procedural audit in the future?
Sorry, does anyone want to say something?
No, I mean, I can take over this one, as I already kind of answered the similar question from Sophie that we already had. That then again, it's a question whether the MB wants that, and that could be a summer work, a summer project, and together with the sections, if the sections also think that they would like to outsource many of these scrutinizing jobs to the AC or to another body, if another body. I don't think there should be another body, but I think the AC can be developed into being a more procedurally following up body, so an active and not a sleeping body. But that is very much up to the new board and the new generation of the MPs or NAs, whatever we have afterwards.
Okay. We have one more question, I guess, from Sophie. Was your question covered, or do you want to still go ahead?
I want to go for it. So Sophie, chairing team. My question is about using Telegram and the forum. So we've had a big move in our communication channels this year. And this is actually quickly mentioned in the report, but I think it's such an important topic that it should also be addressed during the NP. So just generally, what do you think about moving to Telegram and to a forum? How has it been working? Also in terms of overlap between the two of them. And for a forum, do you have any ideas on how to make it a little bit, to get people more engaged in the forum?
I mean, Nicola is not here, but I mean, I can go, or Sofia, feel free to add anything that comes to my mind. Definitely, we try to establish the forum. It has not been as successful as we wish. Definitely, I think it definitely need more works to be more, I would say, interactive and easy to work on. I think it could definitely replace Slack for everyone, but it has to have, I would say, the same feature and to be as user-friendly as Slack, for instance. For Telegram, I think it was been a success. I think we can manage to involve the entire network, especially with the one-way channels. I think that way we very quickly we managed to reach everyone, which was definitely not the case on Facebook.
Okay, does anyone else want to react to that? Otherwise, I'll have to close the speakers list as we went a bit overboard with the questions. Thank you very much for the questions and answers from DNO. I now will proceed to the last point in the agenda before lunch, and it's a fun one. It's picture time. So I'll ask all of you who wish to take a picture to put their camera on. And CT, Reza, are you here? Yes. Can you take the picture? Perfect. Thank you. So let us know when you're ready and take the picture. Okay, is everyone ready? I'll check real quick. Nice, perfect. A fun one now. Do something. Okay, yeah, I know. Sorry about that. Make something a bit related to fantasy. I don't know. Grab a bottle and I don't know, use it as a wand. I don't know. Uh, Theo's position is amazing, I must say. Theo, you're amazing. Sorry, I forgot that I was muted. So thank you guys. That was the first part of our NP. Our morning session is not done. We have 1 hour to fill our tummies up and be prepared for the second part of our NP. Be back at 1:30. And yep. I think Kazan, you can already cut the live stream. And if you want to remain on the Zoom chat, you can to interact with each other. You're free to do so. Razan, you can restart the. Okay, perfect. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a great lunch. We'll now continue on and start our second part of this NP, the afternoon session. And it's also packed with topics, interesting ones, don't worry. And we'll first start with the petition about Erasmus+. So I'll leave the floor for the Master of Whispers, Luca Schnepp.
Hi again, guys. So here we are, the whole education team, to tell you about the petition for joining Erasmus+. I hope that you all know what it is. That would mean that it has reached you, and that was the point. If it's not the case, I'm still give a small introduction to it. So yeah, in May, the Student Union, together with the Youth Council and ESN, for joining Erasmus+, the European Union exchange program. And
Sorry, Luca, you don't have a shared screen at the moment.
No.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
And so the goal, what we heard from the education stakeholders, mainly from the national agency Movesia, is that if we want to join Erasmus+, we want to join the Erasmus program, we have to show that the students are actually interested in it and are actually taking actions to put pressure on the decision makers. And so to fulfill that goal, we made the petition in May, and the goal is to make let it run until September. And we have to get as many signatures as possible, and it would be nice to have about 10,000 signatures. At the moment, we have 4,500, but we hope to get the rest until September. We also know that the decision makers, mainly the government, is actually watching what we are doing, and they actually know about the petition, and they follow the topic. So we can really have an impact here. And I'll let maybe Nicole and Dana to explain what we've been doing to promote the petition.
So I will just explain what we're doing here in Switzerland. So we already sent an email to all the IROs to ask them to sign the petition, and also to ask them to fill a questionnaire about the inclusivity. And as far we got 8 or 10 answers already about from all the IROs. They agree on that. And then, as you have seen on my presentation, we were Wednesday in the rain making some noise in front of the Bern Expo, the parliament at the moment.
Yep. And I will talk to you more about what we've been doing on the international level. So it was really great to have the support of ESN International. We had a call with Kostis, the international president, and since then they've been helping us a lot by publishing the petition on social media, because we decided as well, maybe it hasn't been said, but also to share it outside of Switzerland. So for you, it's important to understand that it makes sense, because it's also other people that have benefits of having Erasmus Plus in Switzerland, because they can come here easier. So what they've been doing is that they asked all the sections through all the channels to share this petition. And it's been really great, because we've seen sections from very far, section from Romania share the petition. And it means a lot to us to have the support, as well as they don't understand maybe as much as we do why you do that. And we believe that it's very important for us as ESN. It's our responsibility to really push forward for that. And try to share that petition as much as you can, guys, with all your friends from university. Some university have been difficult to reach, for example, Geneva or smaller university. So try as much as you can to share the petition and to make them understand that it's an important topic for us. But throughout our mandate, we will be working with Schnepp and Nicole, coming to sections, talking about those topics, and why it's important for Switzerland to join back Erasmus+. If you have any question about those, don't hesitate to ask us. And I mean, at the beginning, we didn't understand those matters as well. Like last year, we had no idea what the SEMP program was that we currently have and why it's so incomplete. And it's really a issue that students don't know about this, especially ESNers. So don't hesitate to come to us and ask questions about that. We're here for that.
Including now, yeah.
Including, right, exactly. So I don't know. Yes, do we have some time for questions, maybe, if people have them? He's not listening.
I am. Just one sec. I just closed the agenda tab by mistake. So, you do have 5 minutes for questions. So, and one more thing, I just shared the petitions links on the Telegram channel. It would be great that you would all sign it. It takes 1 minute less. So please go ahead and sign it. And if you have any questions, the speakers list is now open.
I have a question. Sophie, chairing team. So you said it's really important that everybody knows about the SEMP program, especially the ESNers. So how do you plan on disseminate the knowledge inside the network on what are the differences between Erasmus Plus and SEMP, since it's a bit technical?
So I think the main space for sharing this knowledge is, of course, the workshops during the national platforms and during the community weekends. It's a bit difficult at the moment because we don't have workshops during the national platform since they are online. But when it was physical, we already started like talking about this problem. What is SEMP and what is Erasmus Plus and what's going on. The second point is organizing a conference in September. Normally it's going to be in September in Lausanne. The goal is that all ESNers from the region can come, and we will have some people speaking from the student representative. They can be ESN, it can be the student union. To have some member of the rectorate of a Swiss university. So those are the two main spaces for explaining what's going and what's the story. We also have the Erasmus-ch.ch, which is the website from created by PAOSS by the CHIS actually, which is the International Commission of the Students' Union, and we are actually a member of it. And there is actually the whole story about what's going on with Erasmus, SEMP, and Switzerland, European Union. And there's also the link to the petition on that website.
Okay, thank you very much for your question, Sophie, and for your answer, the education team. We have two questions. Stephanie, you can go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Stephanie, ESN Chur. I just wanted to ask something maybe more procedural quickly. In regard to, we're not a political organization. Are there things we need to consider when we start, or if I would start to distribute this link? Is there like things I should tell or should not tell? Just that I do the right thing, like in a procedural way.
Je peux commencer par tu complètes ça. So yeah, typically when we send the email to the international relation offices, we say, here's the link for the petition. You're free to sign it as a person, not like representing your association, not representing your institution. So I think that you should always mention that if you sign the petition, it's your own responsibility that is engaged, and it's not, well, it's not a commitment. That's not what I'm trying to say, but it's not that you're representing ESN or whatever. association, party, or enterprise that you are in. Just your own person, you deeply believe in these values, and you want to put your signature on it. And so yeah, you can include a reminder about in your own personal statement. Dana, do you want to?
Furthermore, about the petition was not directly launched by ESN Switzerland. It was launched, as Luca mentioned it, by VSS, UNES, and XAJ, Student Youth, and we are supporting it. And we also believe, we discussed about the political nature of this, we also believe that it goes kind of in the causes that we are supporting. I mean, as ESN, it's super important for us that Switzerland joins back Erasmus. It's kind of the same, if you want, with sustainability. Sustainability can also be a political cause. There are green parties, but we are still supporting it. And it's just not that we are taking maybe political actions about it, but we are asking people to help us in that, basically.
All right, thank you.
Nice.
Thank you for your question, Stephanie, and your answer. The education team. We still have one more question from Theo. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's great to. Oh, I'm also going to turn on the video. It's great to see that this work is being continued. Most of the questions that I had are covered. Regarding the kind of the external outreach, you were mentioning a conference in September. Do you have any? Do you already have a plan and any specific intentions to make sure that the turnout is a good one? Because the last time we had a conference, the turnout was very, very low, and I think it was almost counterproductive. So it's very risky when you do this, that if not many people turn out, it might be seen as, oh, okay, no. I mean, the populists will say, oh, they don't care, look, there's nobody there. So how are you going to ensure that if we do it, there's going to be a large turnout? Do you have a strategy?
Yeah, so the strategy is, it was maybe not the best option to do it in Zurich last time. Because there was not much involvement in the topic in Zurich area. So the people that were more close to the topic were actually had to come from very far away. So that's why we had the low attendance. And we're hoping that in Lausanne, with having 2 sections of ESN, so that's already 80 ESNers, we can truly have these at least 80% of these 80 people coming. And that would be already a good start. I think also it's not too far from Geneva, and also the mistake was to have a too big room maybe in Zurich. That is very counterproductive when you take pictures and when you make like a full work. So we also plan to have a smaller place.
I would add also on that I mean, I agree with Luca that we should have support from ESNers. That's also one thing, but there should also be local students. There should also be IROs, because those matters also concern them. And ESNers are not the people that we are trying to convince as well. I mean, usually they are already convinced. So one thing that is very important is the social media coverage of this that we will have. And for this, in my opinion, it's good to have people that help us as well, not to do this alone. So doing that with VSS, doing that with XAJ, who've been helping us, doing that with Movesia, who's been a great advocate, and right now are more and more active and more vocal about this subject. I think we should use their help and do it together.
I have a quick reaction to the first thing that you said, Schneb. I think, I mean, it is a good idea to move it to a place that is a bit more interested, like an area where there's more interest for the topic. But I mean, you're still limiting the scope as you're not trying to address the main issue that is the lack of interest in the topic. So I guess we're just like deviating and not addressing the main issue and trying to improve that engagement with the cause, with the project itself. So how do you plan to actually increase this engagement?
Well, the fact that I think we're already doing it. We are coming up with this topic all the time at NPs and at in whatever occasion that we have. We already see that we had like one more person joining the team, which means that there's more engagement coming from the network. And so I don't think I think we're on a good slope actually. And also about if I can add something about the location of Lausanne for the conferences, there is a very important foundation for the European Switzerland European history in Lausanne, which is the Fondation Jean Monnet, the Jean Monnet Foundation, and they have like a regular attendance already to their conferences. And I think we can really find a synergy with them that would bring new people coming from outside of the network to the conference. So there's really something to do in Lausanne.
Okay, thank you. I think Theo has a question. Was it covered?
It's just I think the answer that me and Yas are kind of looking for, I don't know if you've been covered or not, is just asking how are you going to engage more in the people who traditionally don't get this information. I mean, I think ESNers all, at least in Switzerland, most of them agree, they know about the Erasmus program. But I can tell you from my university, we did an Instagram quiz and only 30% of the people actually knew what SEMP was. And those are students on tertiary level. So the problem is the knowledge is not reaching the Swiss people. The interest is not there. So the question is, are you going to have a campaign A to kind of get more people to join the event? That's one thing. And B, of actually making this campaign go to the the Swiss news. You know, are you going to have I don't know, an interview with SRF, I don't know, or with a local TV show and kind of get the information to more people who don't vote about it because they don't know or care about it? That's kind of I think the answer that we're looking for.
Yeah, so we recently had an interview in Tribune de Genève and in 24 Heures, two newspaper from the Lausanne area and from the Geneva area. I think we really, this information is actually coming to Fabien was interviewed recently by them. So now you have something to add.
Yes, I agree with exactly what you said, that especially local students are not sensibilized about that. And that's also because in parts of the SEM program itself, because of its marketing, because many people thought that it was meant as a replacement program, as a complete replacement program, which is not. It's a very weak version of Erasmus Plus for Switzerland. And local students have no idea of that. I mean, we had no idea when we went on an exchange when we signed that piece of paper. It was not saying that on it. And to answer what you said, I think we should really work with the students' union in the universities, because those touch a lot of students. They really have the power to get a message through. I mean, we already tried to share the petition thanks to them, and most of them have agreed. So that means that at least they understand. City like Geneva, there's still a bit of problem with the students' union because they don't share it, but we have to work on that.
Okay. Do you have anything else to add, Theo?
Just very briefly, fantastic answer. And don't forget to let the student unions know that they should put pressure on the management of their schools. There's so many schools which are not standing in for Erasmus, even though they should, because out of political stuff or because they're too scared to make a stance. But if the students put pressure, then you can also get the universities behind this. And I can tell you, it's not all of them. So awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks for all the questions, guys. Just I wanted to say, and it's not boring political stuff. It really concerns all of us. So please share the petition, vote, sign on it, and yes, vote as well.
We have an input from Hiba Kamel saying that you can also consider contacting for us the Swiss think tank on foreign policy for the conference. So good to know. And I think, yeah, really good input. Thank you, Heba. I think we have to close now the speakers list as we went a bit over time. And I propose then to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? No. Okay, the speakers list is now closed. We can move on to the next topic. So the next topic now is the candidate presentation for financial auditors. And I didn't put a task description here because financial auditing is basically, like the name says it all. It has to do with auditing and reviewing the finances of ESN Switzerland. So we have our first candidate, Elena Areta from ESN Geneva. The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. I hope it's gonna work because it's been good this morning. I'm stable now, so I will see. But to start, I would like to present a little bit on myself. So I'm Elena, and I'm from ESN Geneva, and I'm a former student and researcher at the University of Geneva. I'm Italian, so I'm not Swiss. I'm Italian, and actually I was an exchange student 2 times. During my bachelor degree, I was an exchange student in Paris, France, and the second time during my master, I was actually an exchange student in Geneva. So, what happened is that in my first 6 months of exchange in Geneva, I just did a lot of events and enjoyed the events like with an Erasmus perspective. But then the second 6 months of my exchange, I decided to join actually ESN. And when I joined in 2016, then I was elected treasurer directly in 2017, and I've been filling this position ever since. And it might seem kind of weird, but if I can add one thing is that I love my job. Being treasurer is extremely cool, and even if it sounds quite weird, but I could never ask for a better job. And I'm applying to this because for auditor, because I'm precise, I'm really methodical in what I do in my role at the local level, and I think I already have quite some experience in all the treasury, whatever needs to be done, and to make sure that the budget and everything is in order. And second because I would like to keep like contact with Valerie and understand what it means to be a treasurer at the national level, because I'm thinking of applying to national treasurer in 2021. So they are cheating me. And so that's it. I don't know if you have any question, you can free and ask.
Thank you very much, Elena, for your presentation. Really nice to see that you have an interest for the national treasurer position. Does anyone have any question?
Can I just make a quick procedural remark?
Yes.
Just so that it's clear to everybody, Elena is not competing against Laura. We just need 2 candidates. So like you don't have to choose between one of them. We can elect both of them.
Yes. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. Yeah. We are looking for 2 auditors and not 1. No questions. Okay. Well, then I propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? No. Okay, then the speakers list is now closed. Thank you very much, Elena, for your presentation.
You're welcome.
And now on to the next candidate, Laura. Well, I shared my screen, but I'll have to stop it again. Laura, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Laura. I think most of you probably know me. I'm just starting the 2nd mandate of presidency in Lucerne. And I actually was an financial auditor before in Frankfurt in my old section in Germany. I'm actually not Swiss either. I'm from Germany. And I applied for the job as financial auditor because I wanted to get to know also the national level a little bit more. But due to my full-time job, and you can probably see it in the background, I'm sitting in my office right now, and it's not really possible for me to do much work, but I think the financial auditor job is something I can definitely handle. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And as I said, I did it before, so I kind of know what to do. And yeah. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Laura, for your presentation. Does anyone have any question to Laura?
Yeah, I do have a question. And actually, if that's okay, I will address the question to both the candidates because it just makes more sense. But so basically, the position of financial auditor in ESN Switzerland is a very punctual one, as in basically one time in a year you do the financial audit, you meet for a day, you go with the treasurer over everything in the finances. Would you be interested to maybe develop the position a little bit more and make it a slightly more engaged position in the rest of the year as well? Like, for example, we talked a little bit about the procedural auditing. So is that something you would have time for and be interested in, or just doing the punctual thing one time in the summer is mostly what you're going for?
Okay. Do I start? If it's okay with you. Okay. So no, for me actually, what I said, like my second point was actually that I would like to know a little bit more the treasury at the national level and understand, and if it's there is the possibility to do something more, I'll be happy to do it.
Yeah. Yes, I think that's the same for me. Even though that I said it's I choose this because also it's not so time consuming. There's definitely a possibility to develop it and make a little bit more like more a position that is more included in the rest out of it, I think. And I think it would be helpful to have someone in the background who you can go like back to and discuss things on the financial level, for example.
Okay, then a quick reaction from my side. Cool, very nice to hear. By the way, auditing on the international level, it has also been a topic lately. So there are discussions about maybe creating a community for all the auditing people between different countries so that you can exchange good practices and documents and these kind of things. So if you guys have time to get involved in that, I think it would be very, very cool. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your questions, Sophie, and for your answers, Elena and Laura. I guess we don't have any more questions. If so, I propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? Nope. Okay, perfect. Then let's move on and go to the next topic. Thank you very much, Elena and Laura, for your presentations. And now we have another, yet another presentation by Dave. Dave, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna change to.
Wait. What just happened in the last 2 hours? Where did that beard go?
I don't know what you mean, man. I really don't know what you mean. Everything is the same as before. I hate that when people judge me about my appearance, you know, like it's about what I'm doing, not about my appearance. But anyways, here we go. I hope that is not taken from my time. Yeah, I'm going to talk about the AGM reimbursement measures. We had to look into what we're going to do on the situation that AGM was cancelled. I know this might be news for you people, but the AGM in Sweden that was cancelled, the people that wanted to go there couldn't go there, obviously because of the COVID-19 situation. And that left some questions unanswered, especially what happens to the people that paid for the spot to go to AGM And what's the follow-up? So the international status is basically that we voted that we will hold EGM in Sweden in 2021, which is logistically more or less similar event. The content will be different, so it's not an event where sections come together to vote, but it will be an event where sections come together and have workshops, have markets, and fun and giggles. More about that, if you have questions to EGM, you can ask me afterwards. So that leaves Sweden the option legally to hand out vouchers. Those vouchers are basically going to the people that have a spot for the last AGM, also for the AGM that was cancelled, and they get this voucher which gives them a free participation to EGM Sweden next year. In the end, though, it's up to the countries how they want to handle these vouchers, because they go to the people that paid. Obviously, they have the right to get those, and some countries, they're struggling with the amount that had to be paid for the event. The fee was, I think, 230, if I'm not mistaken. And so there's the national status. There was a survey launched by ESN International, which in Switzerland we had 30 answers out of, I think, 52 participants, around there. 26 of 30 people paid themselves. Out of these 26, 11 are surely not going to be reimbursed, or probably not going to be reimbursed, and 5 of those 26 do not know. I know that this doesn't, and the rest, I think, is going to get reimbursed. So then out of these 30 of the answers, 13 plan to attend EGM next year, and 14 don't know yet, 3 don't want to go. So now we have to think, what do we do? How can we look that we don't have some chaotic situation next year when EGM comes? Our proposal, we agreed 5 out of 7 to this option, is that ESN Switzerland would rebuy all the vouchers from the participants. The ESN Switzerland then sells the vouchers next year without any profit. So we sell them the same price as we buy them. As there were 2 different packages, they're not the same price, but we just then level it out. So it's because EGM will not have 2 packages, it will only have 1. Sorry about that. So basically, I made a pro and con list. The con, that's just from us. The con is basically that a person, if we do this proposal, just to be clear, the con would be that a person that gets a voucher now might not get a spot next year. That has to do, due to the nature, which is the lowest point on the pro side, that extra spots are distributed according to our SOS, meaning that, first of all, every section has the right to get a spot. At the moment, if we just get the vouchers back and we leave them where they are, not every section would have a spot next year. Second, the extra spots, that means the spots that are left over after every section has gotten a spot, are distributed according to a vote which the sections take who gets those extra spots. So if we don't do that, we kind of cannot follow up on the SOS. Also, 3 other pros is we have a centralized system. So even if we say like, okay, next year you have to sell your spots to the people that get spots, it gets very messy because we have to find all these people that have such a voucher. If ESN Switzerland has them, it's all centralized. Again, every section has 1 spot, and we have a timely reimbursement, meaning that we would be able to reimburse all those people that had a spot as soon as possible, and you don't have to wait until 2021 for that. It would cost ESN Switzerland around 7,000 to 7,651 if we rebuy all the spots. We have some open questions here. First of all, we know clearly how much everything will cost. That's why we couldn't make a proper budget amendment, but the idea is to have a budget amendment according to the costs for the next event. what will we do if somebody refuses to sell the spot? It's basically their right to not sell it to us because it belongs, it's their thing. And what about the people that have already been reimbursed, let's say from the university or the section? Do we then just pay the section? Do we pay the university, or maybe get a deal with the university where they say like, actually, okay, we're fine, and then we have the tickets a bit cheaper? And how will we handle the surplus through selling next year? I mean, this year we would have a minus because we would buy all the vouchers. Next year we would have a great plus because we sell them all. But that is all up for Valerie as treasurer to solve this problem. So I'm done here. Thank you very much. And you have questions now.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Dave. We already have questions. We already have several questions. I'll start with Yannick. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, I'm Yannick from the section in St. Gallen. I just wanted to say that it shouldn't be a big problem to make the treasury, because you could just use a transitory active and then you get like the revenues from next year. Or you could either put like the cost this year to forward to the next year, or vice versa. Just wanted to say that should be not a big deal. Thanks.
Thank you for your reaction, Yannick. Very helpful one. And next up is Tobias. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Tobias from ESN Winterthur. You said that it would cost like those 7,600 francs, I think it was. Why would it cost anything if we like sell them next year? Or did you just mean it would cost us this year and next year we get it back?
Yeah, it's the cost to buy them all, and basically it was the idea to show that we have to spend so much money now because we have to approve this with you as the MP, and then we will get it back. Yes, in the end we wouldn't have costs; it would be equal, but for now we would have the costs, and that's kind of what we're asking you, if we can invest this money to then do this again, and also we would take the money from the reserves. Where we have enough money, that's kind of also we had to calculate if we could even afford to do that.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. So Sophie, Vice Chair. Well, actually, no, I have two things. First is a remark, because I'm involved in writing the voucher at the international level, and so first of all, I think it's a great proposition, and I think it's the cleanest way to handle this issue. So I would encourage you to accept this. But regarding the con that you mentioned, Dave, the fact that maybe some people cannot have a spot, this is not a con that is due to your proposal. It's just a general con. Like, you cannot get around this, because for the EDM, we have some rules at the international level. For example, every single section has a right to have a spot. So let's say, for example, this year, ESN EPFL has 4 spots. I don't know if it's the right number, I'm making it up. But let's say ESN EPFL has 4 spots and ESN St. Gallen doesn't have a spot. It doesn't mean that these 4 people who have a spot this year can have a right to go next year. There needs to be some kind of fair distribution between the section, including also between the countries, because for some countries this year, going to Sweden was way too expensive, but maybe next year going to Portugal would be doable. So just so you know, regardless of whether you accept this proposition or not, this is going to be a reality. And it is indeed your right not to sell your voucher to the national level, but that does not guarantee you a spot for next year. It might end up with you having a useless voucher that you cannot use for your own spot because you don't have a right to a spot. And yeah, so that's pretty much it for my remark. And then I have a point about the fact, so according to the numbers, oh, sorry, yeah, you can react.
Yeah, so, but as you say, I mean, first the proposal would make everything, I didn't know that, but first the proposal would make it much more centralized, so clear. But is it legally valid to just have a useless voucher for ESN Sweden? Because their law is quite strict, isn't it?
Yes, that's why it's taking a lot of time to writing the voucher, because at the moment the OC is in contact with a Swedish lawyer to write the voucher, make sure that everything is legal. But since it's an internal event, yes, it should be valid. As long as it's made really clear from the start that you get this voucher, it does not guarantee you a spot for next year, but you are allowed to sell it back. Hopefully, most countries can do the same as Switzerland, so that also if people leave ESN in the meantime, you can arrange something like that.
You had a
Then,
question? Yeah.
Yeah, I had a question regarding the numbers that you gave. So you said that 10 out of 26 sections will get reimbursed. I'm guessing this means by their university. Well, rather you said that 16 people will not get reimbursed, and then the over 10, I'm assuming, gets reimbursed.
I have to check the numbers again, but actually we had one case that was already reimbursed and some that thought they get reimbursed. I mean, that were numbers that are already over a month old, so that could have changed already. That was just the survey numbers that we got. And with this new proposition, it could also be that they not get reimbursed in the end. That's all.
Regardless of the numbers, just an advice on my side. So if your university accepts to reimburse the fee, even though the event is not taking place, that's extremely nice of them. But given the fact that there is this voucher system, I would recommend that then you don't ask your university to reimburse you, because that would be a little bit unfair to them since you have a way around that. And at least if you do get reimbursed and don't ask them to fund you again for EGM next year, because that would be actually a little bit dishonest. So I think it would be much cleaner not to get reimbursed, get the voucher, and next year discuss again with the IRO that they fund you the EGM participation so that it's something that can go on in the future for the future generation of ESNers.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for us, it's mainly the question: what do we do with the ones that have already been reimbursed? That's mainly the question for us. But in the end, I mean, I think many said that at the moment, anyways, a struggle to get reimbursed due to the COVID situation, and therefore, I mean, if that is accepted, you can basically just lean back and wait until the ESN Switzerland approaches you for the reimbursement, as Sophie also suggested.
Okay, perfect. I think we're done with the questions. Thank you, Sophie, for your question, and Dave for your answers. We can now go back to the presentation and move on to our next topic, which are the action plans at the new national level. So it's going to be done in teams. So the topics are regrouped under common subjects. So the first one to go is the action plan for education and management. The first people to go up on stage are Dana, Luca, and Nicola. The floor is yours.
Yep, just a sec, projecting it. Okay. Can you confirm that you can see the screen?
I confirm that I cannot see the screen.
That is a problem. What about now?
Still nothing on my side.
It basically says you have entered screen sharing mode, but we just see that gray thing.
Okay, maybe let me try again. Sorry about that. Okay.
Still nothing.
What?
What I
can we will try with that. It's possible, yeah. But we will.
Ah oui, mais maintenant on est 5 en plus.
What I can propose is I can share my screen and give you remote access.
Yeah.
If you want. Yes. Give me. Oh. Oh, then perfect.
No,
perfect.
no, no, it's fine. No, it's fine.
Perfect, perfect. Yes.
Present.
Appuie juste sur le bouton present. On va...
Okay.
It's more complicated.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Perfect. Okay.
Yep. All good. So this is the action plan of the education team of ESN Switzerland, composed of the president, myself, education officer Luca, and liaison officer for education and youth, Nicole. Great. So let's get on with it. So the first thing that I will really try to do on my action plan is to work on the recognition system that Fabien has developed last year with those beautiful recognition certificates that you can see. Because when you volunteer for ESN, you acquire a lot of different skills. You sometimes are not aware of that. And it's always good that at the end you have a piece of paper at least that tells people how all the beautiful things that you've done for ESN. And those documents contain a description of the tasks all the members that have been active members, local board members, and national members that fulfills certain requirements, but we will talk more about it later. We also investigate the possibility to have a civil service servant, civilist, I don't know how to say it in English actually, working for ESN. That could be interesting. And also maybe organize a Swiss hackathon. We also had the idea on the international level, and we think that it could be good to push more Swiss ESNers to show us their skills. And this goes with the cause of skills and employability, of course. Can you go the next one? Yeah, thanks. We also work on the centralized management of information. Sophie already asked that question during the board reports, but we believe that we should have a good archiving system, and that this could be done, for example, through a better version of the ESN Switzerland wiki. We already started discussing with ESN International, but we will need to get during community weekends about what is it that sections really need, not that we do something and that no one else uses it. And also really establish the communication channels, how clear they should be. The forum, the Telegram channel, we need to discuss about what we use. Yep. And as we already told you earlier, we've been working a lot for Erasmus Plus in Switzerland, joining it back, and we won this Erasmus die a third time in Switzerland, and for that I let Nicole and Schlepp. Yeah, so Erasmus died in Basel, by the way. That's
Erasmus from Rotterdam. The guy
the real
actually
guy
named the program, give the name to the program, died in Switzerland. So maybe we should explain that joke to the network at some point, because we keep making it all the time and people don't get it. So
anyway,
that's it.
Your turn.
Okay, so as I already mentioned, in my action plan, kind of the main event, at least, is to organize a conference about Erasmus in the presence of at least one rectorate member in one university of Switzerland, students representative, and ESN. Actually, we already started organizing it in May, end of April, May, but we had the Corona problem, so it couldn't be done. But we already had confirmation of the presence of Yves Frutiger, he's the rector of the University of Geneva, and he's the new president of Swiss universities, the councils of rectors of Switzerland. So when I'm saying that we will have one member of a rectorate, it's not an empty promise. It's just that something that we already achieved. We just had the Corona problem, and we will repeat that achievement in September. And for the organization, it's going to be a collaboration with the Students' Union. The Student Union is that they have a lot of contacts in the political circles, kind of Bern. So they know people in the Nationalrat, in the Conseil des États, and they also have contact with the medias that we don't have so much in ESN. In ESN, we have rather contact with the students and will be more able to bring the audience. Where is it going to be? It's going to be in Lausanne. That we already discussed in the previous question round. And the date, it is going to be at some point in September. I think it's also good for the attendance, for the audience. September is a good date because we don't have exams in September. I think we won't have it. No one will have exams in September. So it's quite nice. It's a period where the students have a lot of free time, and I'm pretty sure that they can take one evening to come to the conference. Yeah. Then next topic we should. So ESN in the education sector is promoting mobility, but we actually promote mobility. We promote mobility on social media, and we do a lot of events for Erasmus students. But I think we should also reach to the local students and be able to make them, to inspire them about about going on exchange later. So I think we should include the local students, the students of University of Fribourg, of the University of Zurich, in our events. Also in our communication, we should adapt our communication on social media and on maybe posters in the universities so that we reach out to those local students. And also in more general terms, our global strategy should take into account this very important aspect that we a little bit let aside in the past. Third thing to mention, we also want to reinforce the education base within the network, getting you guys and girls in the network know about what is SAMP, what are the decisions that are taken. Do we get more? I mean, some stuff like do we have a lot of exchanges? Where do our exchange students come from? These kind of things. I think it would be really important that everyone knows. And so the plan is to increase the knowledge with workshops, small sessions, political, social media campaigns, and yeah, that's it. So now I'll let the speech to Nicole.
Yeah, so in my action plan as liaison officer, I will really want to develop relations with the external stakeholders. So I put here, yeah, you can see all the external stakeholders, like we mentioned before, the IROS, then the PowerSS and the committee, the CHIS, but also Eurodesk, BEST, of course, Oikos is not this logo, but yeah, it was just to make some fun because all these partnerships will maybe at some point give us our financial support, but as well institutional weight. And like this, we can aim to be a better organization and network to have more legitimacy as well.
Hello, I'm Serena, the future vice president. I'm not part of the NICE education team, but I have also a slide in this presentation. So I will speak quickly about the adaptation of the position-specific communities. The goal is to keep a close collaboration between the local sections and the national level. I will make sure that at least one member per section is part of each community on the forum and on Telegram, and that the communication is working. For my part, I'll be holding regular calls with the president's community and organize at least one physical meeting per semester with them. And of course, adapt the topics discussed according to the real needs of the sections, and enhance the intersection collaboration and best practices exchanges between the sections and specifically the president. Finally, I will work on a proposal for the section requirements based on the current concept notes that have already been started and written the past years. That's it for me.
Yep, that's all good for our part.
Thank you very much for your presentations. the speakers list is now open for questions. However, please note that there won't be a lot of time for questions as the presentation took a bit more time than expected. Theo, the floor is yours.
Hello, me again. Thank you both for your presentations. It's good that I have you both there because it's my first question is just for the education team and the second one is for both of you. I'm just wondering I don't know if it's your second or your third goal, the one regarding improving the internal communication in the network. How come you are dealing with that and not the communication officer and or the WPA? It seems more in their field.
That's a very good question, and I think you understood it the wrong way in the sense that we're not talking about external communication. We're really talking about internal management of information, and in that sense, we believe that it's more part of our mandate. But also, it's more of a personal project because I really wanted to make this wiki work this year and have it as a good tool for sections. Okay, yeah. Thank you for putting it back. Yeah, still, I think that when it comes, it's not really. For example, at forum, I would agree with you, but managing the same that Sophie said, where could I find this document? Where can this come? This be? I think it's more of the job that comes more in the management part. That's it's just the task description that we've chosen in the end. I mean, I don't think that it really matters who does it, as long as we agree on how we distribute the work. I don't know if that answers to your question.
Yes, definitely. I think external communication was the one that would be definitely on your side. But what you meant is that case you want to work on the knowledge management. I totally agree. That could be the part of the board management. Cool, thank you very much. My second question is linked to both of you and the VP. I'm coming now as the education community manager from ESN International. One of our big topics is the management of the board and the management of the local presidents community. And it's actually confidential. So if the vice president is managing a local president, how do you want to make this connection that ESN Switzerland is on board in those discussions, if it's no longer the president who's taking over those discussions?
Do you want to answer to that, Serena? Because we've been talking about how to distribute the tasks, but just to quickly go, I would take more parts on the education part of the job, and so I would be more on the management. I don't know if you want to add something on that, Serena.
It was decided like that since the president, as you said, is now more involved in the education part and the external part of the job. So it was maybe too much for the president to also have all the management of the president's community. And that's why we chose that the VP could do it. And with the section manager, as it's a new position, she could take care of the VP's community. And I'm not doing both.
My question was not answered, but I also don't want to take up too much time. I'm sure there's other people who have questions. Okay, well, my question was more on the international level, you have all of the national presidents together and it's a confidential community, right? And one of the main topics they talk about is the management of the board and the local presidents community. Since you are managing the president's community and you're not invited into the national president's community and it's confidential, you will be missing this information. That's my question. How do you get this connection, or do you just think you're going to miss out? That's my question. It's quite specific, sorry.
I think we will be discussing it with Dana, and I don't know, I didn't expect this question, to be honest, but maybe that we could keep the information flow between Dana and me and myself, and then communicate to the presidents. I mean, Dana will also be, I think, in the Telegram group or in contact with the presidents. It's not that I'm the only person in contact with the president. So I think it's possible.
Okay, Theo, was your question answered?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. We now have to go to the next action plan presentation. Thank you for your presentation, the education team and Serena.
Wait, Fabien has a question.
Oh. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
it's,
Sorry.
can I just like a 20-second comment?
Yes, go ahead.
As I mean, of course, the idea, of course, of having the VP as managing local presidents come also from my side, and I've been also involved in the international presidents community. I think for the local presidents, like most of the topic for the local presidents, it's mostly about HR, about recruiting, about finding a new board, and those kind of stuff. So having one person leading that community, also getting information from the HR, the international HR community, which it's gonna be the case for Sarah, because she's gonna attend it. I think it's gonna bring also value and input, because sometimes time I end up doing some recruitment stuff with the local presidents, and that's not really my field. And I think it's like a very nice way to handle the situation. Plus, with the education input from Dana, I think it could be definitely an efficient way to go.
Okay, thank you, Fabien, for your comment. And now we can go to the second. Why is it? Sorry, one sec. And now we can go to the second presentation, which is the Finance and Partnership Action Plan. Valerie and Mathieu, the floor is yours. And please make sure to stay on time, because this will hinder afterwards the time of other people. So yeah.
Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, with the action plan for the finance and the partners, with me, Valerie, and the partnership manager, Matthew. So for the finance part first, so me first, you can go on. So my first idea was or my first action is to create guidelines to have a better knowledge transfer in between the treasurers, and to be able to know all the important dates and the deadlines. This means to describe the processes which go from the small ones, like writing invoices and how to account, which is important for this position, to the bigger ones, or to other smaller ones, like which presentations you have to have for which national platform, and then also bigger ones like how to make the accounting for the events, and when do you have to do what, and which grant application and what you have to do that, and to gather them in a concise way to have them for the next treasurers, which should be a sustainable thing, like a dashboard which can be used for more than just the next Monday. Yeah. Then another thing is to create some support strategies for the OCs of the events, the national section events. The problem with the treasury is often that you forget that other people have to understand the budget, and for the person inside the OC organization committee, it is normally really easily understand because the person is inside there. But afterwards, it is more difficult to understand. I want to create the budget template exists, but I want to have implement easier communication with the treasurers of these events, and to have a better feedback also of them what is needed and what is already there. Yeah, last one. And the last one, which is, I guess, the most important one, is to ensure the financial stability, which is something the treasurer has to do. Those one thing is to have the money for to ensure that there's the money for the events, and also that there's the money so each national level member can go to at least one international event, and also do have the application for Moetia ready in the end of October. Just keep in mind we have to have the budget approved for this, so it can only be done after the first NP. Yeah.
Okay, so now I explain what I plan to do regarding partners. So first, we'll need to help Valerie to ensure the financial stability. So in order to do that, we contact new partners and still work closely with our current ones. One way to do this is to promote the added value brought forward by esnk.org because it is most of our national and local partners are not listed on ESN yet, so this could help them as well as us. Next is to promote the national, to create some kind of national partnership strategy. Since BFCH is not working as intended, I'd like to create maybe involve more the communication managers of every sections in order to promote our current partners. This is what I said earlier, is I'd like to create more visuals and stuff that are visually appealing to help Erasmus students to know about the promotion they can get with the ESN card. And I think I'll have to monitor more tightly what every sections are posting regarding our partners, because as of yet, I'm not really aware of what the sections do, which is something I must work on. And finally, as I said, last but least, to translate the partnership booklet. So I have to translate it in multiple languages, and also try to promote it better, because I think it's a tool that can really help us reach new stakeholders. So thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. The speakers list is now open for questions. Not a lot of questions. Okay. If there are no more questions, I mean, there weren't any. I then propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? Guess not. Then the speakers list is now closed. Thank you very much for your presentation, Valerie and Mathieu. And now we go on to the next action plan. And the next one is the network care and events, presented by Serena, Alex, and Annie. The floor is yours.
Okay, I will share my screen. Okay, can you all see the presentation? Okay, perfect. So hello again. Let's now continue with the part network care and events of the action plan. The group is composed of Annie, the national event manager, Alexandra, the section manager, and myself, the vice president. Alex, you can start.
Yeah. So now we are going to talk about the HR and network care. So you can go, yeah. In this field, we are going to work a lot on the data collection and treatment. So first, I will, for example, help the section in need to fill out the section questionnaire. I will also gather some information with the stability and quality document. And in the end, we will use this data to improve the training offers, for example, for community weekend and NPs. You can move on.
I moved on.
Yes, okay. Then we have the section visits. So I will go and visit the section that are in need in priority. Then I will keep track of the situation in every section with, for example, some section report. And finally, I will try to include the section that are a bit less present at our events and try to have everybody in the network.
Now about recruitment and transition. We'll do a follow-up in the implementation of the new transition guidelines to be sure that they are known and used in every section, and also follow up in the recruitment process. I think especially after the coronavirus situation, it will be important. For the tools, there will be the development of a new dashboard or another tool to replace it. We'll first need to investigate with the sections what would be used and then implement it when it's ready. The stability and quality spreadsheet will be another important tool for Alexandra to evaluate the network well-being. And finally, I'll work on a national questionnaire. We'll need also to investigate the best way to gather the information to avoid asking always the same questions to the sections and implement this tool when it's ready.
About intersection relationships, first we'll try to reach each section for every event, which means we'll try to include people and advertisers really to sections that usually come a bit less. And also I try to create a new event, which would be kind of informal, talk about it. Then about strengthening the NEM position and the event manager community. So the position is quite new since Armand was the first NEM ever last year or last mandate. So I try to complete the guidelines for the events that he couldn't organize this semester because of Corona. Also to redefine a bit the event managers community. And this year we'll try to implement the health and well-being courses in national events. We'll go now to national events and trainings.
First, about the national platform, we'll analyze the training needs and relevant topics to be then discussed with the CT and based, of course, on the data collection of the section manager. Then the three of us will advertise within the sections to have at least 1 or 2 persons of each section joining the NPs. And after the event, facilitate the knowledge transfer with summaries and feedbacks. And finally, I create event policy papers called EPPs based on the existing guidelines.
For the community weekend, it's basically the same as for national platform, but we're just what the point that we added, in the community weekend was the fact that we need to organize the agenda and the logistics.
Annie, you're muted.
In the end, we try to raise confidence and responsibility within the section. So it means promoting the application of CT or OC to explain the guidelines really in detail so that it doesn't seem too complicated, even if someone who is not experienced wants to try something like that. Also, I try to improve the feedbacks recollection after national events. And when we can, when it's feasible, we try to have intersectional OC for some of the events.
And that's it for us.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. The speakers list is now open for questions. Okay, first one up is Dave. The floor is yours.
Hello, and thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask about the EPP that you plan to create, the events policy paper. Do you have a special format in mind? What should it consist of? And do you think you're going to go in line with ESN International or more something that you think is more adjustable for our situation? That's it.
Okay, so I don't know exactly the format for now. I've already talked with some people, and Armand sent me one model that I could follow from another section to have an idea, but I don't have like a really specific format in mind. But yes, maybe just for those who doesn't know, it's a document outlining the rules of all the events that we organize, and it's useful to clearly define the responsibilities of the NB, the CT, and the OC in the organization of these events, for example, the national platforms and community weekends. I don't know if it answers your question.
Yeah, so you probably follow more this example of a section that you have and not the example of ESN International, just because I'm curious.
I think I will check both. I mean, I will see how they do it in the both case, and then see how it's better for the Switzerland case.
Okay. Thank you for the question and the answer, obviously. Do we have any other questions? I don't see any on the speakers list. Okay. I propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? Okay, nope. Then the speakers list is now closed. Thank you very much for your presentation. We now move on to the next topic. The next topic is the action plan for international projects presented by Lucia and me. So I'll let Lucia share her screen.
Yes. Can you all see the screen?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Okay, so I'm here to present with Yas the international projects part of the action plan. As my position of national representative, my first objective is to lead Switzerland prepared into the new international structure. Like Dave has already explained this morning, from the 15th of July, we will officially enter a new era of ESN International, which concerns the changes brought by the ESN review. There are 4 key things that need to be done to assert a steady and well done transition and implementation at the end of my mandate. I don't want to repeat what Dave said this morning, but obviously there are changes that still need to be done, like the section consultation guidelines and changes to the statutes. I will have to, during my mandate, kind of see what the issues are with these changes, like, what are the potential problems we will encounter. Very importantly, it will be to analyze the position of the national representative within our national level and within the international level. Since now the legal representation will be conducted by the by the president, by Dana, it will be very important to find a good balance between the NR and the president, and also with the other members of the board. And then obviously lead the NO through these structural changes, for example, by obviously advising and preparing the Swiss delegation for international events. My second point is to strengthen the ties between ESN Switzerland and ESN International. It's important that the NL, that the national level stays active on an international level, and that the sections are kept informed. So this means, by one, us helping the international network on where we have our strong points. Then on the other side, sharing tools and documents to the network from the international level. And then obviously it's very important to represent the opinions of the sections during international debate. Third objective that is very much related with the project manager is to develop and strengthen the local representative community by focusing on community building, I would love to have an LR in every section. This is obviously hard on the HR level. However, I think it's important to at least have a person of contact in every section, so that
so that we can actually have the opinions of the sections represented internationally. And this will be done with communication and consultation, mainly with calls conducted by me, the NR, and by Yas, the project manager, for everything related to projects and the causes of ESN. I'll leave the floor to Yas.
Yes. Okay. Can I?
Yes.
Does it work?
Maybe I
Yes.
can change it for you. Is that okay? Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. No worries. No worries. I'll just stop this. Okay. So my first project is the Sustainability Task Force and Framework. And the Sustainability Task Force will have three main tasks during this year. First of all, it is community building, so recruiting actually the members of the Sustainability Task Force. That would be my job during the summer. And then actually also start launching discussion groups inside the network related to sustainability topics in order to engage the network in the subject a bit more. And then we have the guidelines, which will be written by the Sustainability Task Force and will be followed up upon during the year to be adjusted according to the needs of the sections. Just a quick remark. The guidelines will not be strict guidelines. There will be levels of engagement that will help sections kind of adapt to the new situation. And finally, this last task is to, can you go back? Yes. The last task is to promote sustainability. That will be done through two main subtasks, namely creating partnerships with organizations that work with sustainability. And finally, also organizing a Green Week nationwide. That would be a bit similar to the Social Inclusion Week, and that would include events related to sustainability or sustainable events that would have been done before, but just done sustainably. Can you go to the next one? And the last project that I'm going to present is raising awareness about the causes, programs, and projects of ESN. Can you go to the next one? Yes. So the two aspects are, first of all, raising awareness. That would be done through workshops done during informal events. Awareness campaigns on social media. I will really push for that. Try to work with the next communication manager to work on social media awareness campaigns. And finally, also be sure that the implementation of international projects is done, namely Social Inclusion Week. And also there's a new platform that is going to be used that is going to replace Mapped, the previous platform that was used for social inclusion. And that was not really well used here, I think, in Switzerland. But the next one, the new one, I kind of had a sneak peek, is really nice. So I really advise you to use it later on. And finally, building an advocacy portfolio through indexing an indexing system that I talked about before, reporting activities related to ESN causes on a national scale, and then showcasing those activities to stakeholders. And that's it for our presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Do you have any questions? Please feel free to do so. Dave, you're up.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question to the NR or the NR to be. You write in your action plan that you want the LR community either consisting of LRs, full-time LRs, or people that take a second position, but preferably not the president, how it was so far. I think personally that's a good idea, but how do you think you will be able to implement this?
That's a good question. It's something that I will have to think about. But for now, my idea is also maybe to work with the section manager to see like if they can help me see if with sections that don't have LRs, if there maybe is the person that we can, who seems to be at least more interested in international topics that we can, that I can at least consult. Not maybe every time, but if I can have a person that I can contact, that's not the president, that doesn't have too much on their plate. That's my idea for now. An idea could also be the vice president, since from section to section there's always they have different tasks and they might have time to dedicate themselves to LR related topics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dave. Question and Lucia for your answer. Does anyone else want to ask a question? Nope. Okay, so I propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? No, then the speakers list is now closed. Thank you very much. And now we go into the last action plan presentation, which is the communication and IT presented by Nicolas. However, I regret to say that Nicolas would not be able to join. Nicolas Beauvais, the web project administrator, would not be able to join us as he had an accident and is now being treated. But hopefully he'll be fine. And so it's up to Nicolas Laguinuzar to present the communication in IT. If you want, I can present the IT part. Nicolas, I think you can do only your part.
Okay, so I didn't know how to do with Nicolas Beauvais for this part. So if you can do it,
yeah, sure.
So
sure.
If you want, I can go with my presentation.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see my screen? It's okay.
Yes.
Okay. Hi again. So thank you for giving me the floor. For the action plan of communication, I will propose use a classic way to do communication in ESN Switzerland. I mean that I will ensure the promotional material, like we said before with Sofia, because she started this project this year. And the purpose is to give ESN goodies to local section. The second point is to ensure usage of the new logo and visual identity. At the beginning of the semester, I will be in touch with local communication manager and provide them a form and advice to make a clear communication about the visual identity. I will make the promotion of the space guide, which is numerical this year. And for my mandate, I will push two projects. The exchange stories, which is an international project that ESN Switzerland is in since a few years, and a second one that's a new national project. The idea is to produce a video showing activity proposed by local section and the beauty of landscapes of Switzerland through these landscapes. The aim of this video is to make people, students, want to come to do the exchange in Switzerland. Ideally, the video will be shared by the mobility service of foreign university. But both projects will be raised if the local sections are motivated, but I will give my maximum about that. So I think that's it for the action plan of communication. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Nico, for your presentation. I will go on to, sorry, I'll have to stop your sharing and then move to, yes, no worries, no worries. I'll just have to go to, here it is, to Nicolas Beauvais' presentation. So I'm not the WPA, but I'm trying to, I will try to be as true to his action plan as possible. So first of all, his first action would be to update the SNCH website and the forum. So first of all, see the best practices of other countries, and then populate the website with information about Switzerland. Second, organize the ESN wiki, make existing articles more visible, and then articles on important concepts not yet covered, if necessary, on the ESN wiki. Third of all, he will evaluate the needs of the HIT team. So use the forum to develop the team and communicate with, and see which project they can be used for. And finally, try to recruit more people in the HIT team. And also developing a webmaster guide. So creating a guide that is clear and concise in a digital format that would explain the basics needed for the function of local webmaster to actually promote this position. And then finally, update the webmaster guide for national level. That's it for Nico's action plan. I guess, well, he won't be receiving any questions, but if you have questions for Nicolas Beauvais specifically, please reach him out either through his email or through social media. So that's it. And now the speakers list is open for questions. If there are no questions, okay. No questions. So I guess we can close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? No? Okay, then that's it for the action plans. Thank you very much, Nico, for your presentation. And we can move on to an interesting part of our day, which is the Kahoot on ESN and ESN Switzerland. So I will share my screen with the Kahoot, and give me 2 seconds. Okay. Great. And where it is.
For people who don't know, Kahoot is a quiz application. So basically, this is a fun time, and you will need your smartphones so you can all go to this website.
So here you have the game pin. You can go try to go on your mobile phone, because here you'll have the questions in front of you. Whereas if you're on your laptop, you would not be able to see the questions. And Kahoot is all about speed, so you have to answer as quick as possible. So I'll wait like 3-4 minutes for everyone to join. Let me know if you have any problem joining. Come on, guys. Who put that? Yeah, nobody wants to claim the. Okay, 24 players. How many are we? Can anyone tell me? Because I can't see everyone.
34, but I guess not everybody will participate because that would be a bit cheating.
Yeah, I mean, us two, I guess not. Okay. I'll wait one more minute. We have. Okay. I will wait, Lucia. Don't worry. Okay. Slowly getting there. Okay. Let me know if you're not on the Kahoot yet. Please write in the chat right now so that we can start soon.
In any case, if you don't join right now, you can still join while it's ongoing. You just will have less points because you will have missed out the first questions. I will post in the Telegram channel so that anybody can join later.
Don't worry, Charlie. We can wait for you. We just needed to know who's on, who's trying to log in, who's not. So we're at 29 players. Okay, perfect. I guess we can start. Let's go. Come on, one more. One more. It was obviously Erasmus Student Network. Who put Exchange Student Network? Yeah, shame on you. It's fine. Oh, NEM 2.0 on fire. Let's go. Next one. Okay, 28, 29. Okay, so the colors that are present on the start of the logo is blue, magenta, and orange. Okay, who's up? Oh, Axel. Why is who's Diaspora IB? You need to lose. Next one up. This is a tricky one. Guess not. Everyone's answering. Amazing. It is indeed ESN Zurich Itiha. It was created in 1994 and was the first one. ESN Uni, Zurich Uni, was created shortly after, actually. So Zurich was actually the first city in ESN Switzerland to have sections. And it's Serena. Serena on fire. Let's go. Fourth question. This is a tricky one. I don't know how many will answer correctly. It was 2002. Just for the context, 2001 was when the ESN Switzerland has created their like their entity, and 2002 was the first time when they actually united all together and had an actual national platform. So who's next? Oh, the NR, it knows their ESN stuff. This is also a tricky one. It has been mentioned before. It has been mentioned before by someone during a presentation. Let's see who listened correctly. Come on. Okay, let's see. How many answered correctly? Oh, 18. Amazing. Amazing. So for those who don't know, we were 16 sections at the last NP, and now we're 15. Winterthur and Wendelswil kind of merged. So now we have 15 sections. Let's see who's first. Oh, still Anar. Anar knows their stuff again. True or false? Okay, easy one. Come on, let's see. Yep. Who put true? Who put true? For those who put true, go and sign the petition. And for those who put false, also go and sign the petition. Amazing, amazing. The leaderboard is still the same. Theo, we are a partner country, but are we? Do we technically have Erasmus Plus in Switzerland? I mean, Theo, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Theo does not want to correct me. Oh.
No, but that wasn't the question.
Yes, Theo.
No, but that wasn't the question. You said if we're part of the Erasmus program, and we are, just as a partner country. I'm just being anal about this. It's okay.
Well, sorry about that. You get bonus point from me, but just not technically on Kahoot. Sorry about that. Okay. Which regional platform is ESN CH? For those who don't know what the regional platform is, it's a regroupment of national organizations, ESN countries. Indeed, it is WEP, Western European Platform. So congrats to those who got it correctly. And oh, the leaderboard is still the same. Amazing. Which position is not represented in the national level? I mean, it's obvious. Education officer is not represented, non-existent. There are still some people who do not know whether it is education officer or event manager. I mean, yeah, for those who want to know the answer, it's education officer. I mean, still one more answer. Come on.
Have a procedural. Is it about the current national level or the one that is up to come?
I mean, did we release you? I don't think we released you yet, so I guess it's this national level. Okay. Amazing. Okay. The leaderboard is still the same. Does anyone want to compete with them? Swaf, you need to take over. Let's see. The headquarters of ESN Switzerland are in Winterthur, Lausanne, Zurich, Fribourg. Let's see who knows that. And it's...
We don't have headquarters.
Yes.
We have a legal headquarters, but we don't have a physical one. Just like, Dana, stay back, please. Okay. So very close between the better NR and Swaf. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? 10 out of 11. Which of these countries has never been part of ESN? Morocco, Belarusia, Macedonia, and Kosovo. Okay, Kosovo. Amazing, 14 got it right. Still very close between the better NR and Swaf. And it's the final question. Easy one. So ESN has no partnership with Ryanair, Interrail, Hostling International, or Tomorrowland. And it's Interrail. I mean, we wish we could have a partnership with Interrail. It's still not the case. And the podium. Schneb. Amazing. Swaf. And the winner is the better NR. Amazing. You guys rock. You got 11 out of 11, the first two. You know so much about ESN and ESN-TH. For those who don't know, who didn't guess some of those answers, I guess you learned some things during this Kahoot. So I hope you enjoyed it. And great. Who was Swaf?
I was Swaf.
Oh, okay.
But who was the better NR, Dave or Theo?
Why? Let the section decide, okay?
I will Theo then.
Yeah, guess we'll find out.
But thank you very much for the quiz. Well done.
Oh, for the sake of suspense and thrill, I mean, Dave, you could have just let people decide for themselves. Okay, so we can move on. I hope you all enjoyed it and made you a bit think about something else. I mean, it's still ESN, but it's a bit in a different context. I will go back to my presentation. Give me 1 second. And here it is. Cool. I just wanted to show this GIF. I didn't have the time. Yeah. So next up is the candidates' presentations for Advisory Council. So what are the tasks of Advisory Council? The Advisory Council has to support the national level and ensures knowledge transfer. The Advisory Council has to conduct interviews with candidates for the national level before the election. And finally, it has to recommend the size of the national board at NP3. So first up, the Advisory Council has several members. So as before, for the financial auditors, you're not, the candidates are not competing against each other. They're both, presenting themselves for 2 positions, actually. So 2 separate positions. So first one up is Fabien, who's the current president of ESNCH. The floor is yours.
Good, thank you very much. So I'll just quickly share my screen. Here we are. Do you have it right?
Yes, I can see it.
Oh, good. Hi everyone. Once again, I will talk a bit, maximum 3-5 minutes. So here's my candidacy for Advisory Council member of ESN Switzerland. I'm Fabien Jacot, the current president of ESN Switzerland, not for so long though, approximately 2 hours for now. So let's go for it. So basically, quickly, who am I? I was actually trying to find a picture of myself until I figured out that I was already on the template. So here I am holding a flag, and beside holding a flag, I'm 25 years old. I used to study at BPFL because I did my thesis basically yesterday. And I love my beloved Montreux Jazz Festival. Well, actually, I spent a lot of time there, also volunteering. And big RIP this year because, I mean, it has been cancelled due to obvious reason. I would say even big RUP. So, yes, beside holding a flag, what have been achieved at ESN? So everything started during my change in Copenhagen, where I discovered ESN, C-Battle and stuff. Then I joined ESN PFL, was buddy for multiple semester. Then I decided 2 years ago to step up. I became the LR and also the national delegate of ESN Switzerland. And since July 2019, I'm the current national president. And from now, maybe ESNCH Advisory Council. In total, I had a chance to attend like many meetings, different kind of, from NP, Community Weekend, international events. So I have some also experience in that field. Why am I applying? Why am I applying for being Advisory Council member? I actually have time. I mean, I'm gonna work full-time as an engineer, but like it's basically 8 to 5 work. So I'm not gonna do much beside that. So I still have time to give for ESN. About knowledge, I think one of the main purpose and part of the Advisory Council is to transfer knowledge. I think we already started specifically with Dana, so Serena, to change a lot of information. But I'm gonna be there the entire time to be in backup and to basically advise them. Plus, I do have some ideas and I've a couple of projects in mind, stuff that I want to implement in this, I would say, very interesting and important body. So talking about the project, I could have 3 of them. So the first one is about recognition. That's something that Theo started last year. that I took over with the help of Sofia, Nicole, and Kyle, the communication manager of ESN Bern. All of us, 4 together, we managed to provide the entire network with the certificates. I sent a very complete email to all the local presidents yesterday with all the signed certificates by the director of Movetia. So once again, if you have any questions, please go talk to me afterwards. Employability, we've been talking a lot also thanks to Yas, Lucia, about the different courses we have in ESN International. And one of those 6 courses is the skills and employability. And I do really believe that the advisory council, with also the help of the alumni coordinator, could actually take over that courses, trying to implement it within the network. And again, the use of LinkedIn, that's something I was hoping to do during my mandate as president. Actually, we haven't developed it that much, and there's once again a lot of work that could be done to recognize the volunteer work. That's it. If you have any questions, if you want to see those 2 dudes once again working together for an extra mandate, you know what to do when it's going to be time to vote. Thank you very much, and I'm open for questions. I don't know if it's now or after the presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Fabien. Indeed, it's going to be after Dave's presentation. So I'll ask Dave to join us on the floor and share the screen. Yep, perfect.
Good. So, no, why is it doing that again? So, there we go. Wonderful. Thank you, Fabien, first for kind of advertising me as well. I'm going to go forward. I'm not this huge fan of this telling about yourself. So here's my face. I have eyes, nose, and a beard, which are my main things. No, I'm 28. I'm studying history, and I do a lot of ESN. So my ESN career started as LR in 2017. I was elected as NR after 8 months, so I have not done that much field work on the section level. Since then, I have been an NR. I don't know any other life anymore, and will try to kind of stay in ESN Switzerland by running as a advisory council. And why? So it's kind of the best position to slowly fade out. You know, you still have stuff to do, but you don't have that much anymore, and that's kind of the way to still be involved, but probably slowly leave as well. And if I would leave, I would have a lot of useless knowledge, and by staying AC Advisory Council, I would have actually knowledge that can be used, and I would like to pass this on. Then my input is basically depending, as said many times already before, very much depending on the wishes and needs of the network. I talked with the current AC, and we think, I also agree with that, it would be cool if we could have an AC that is a bit more involved. At the moment, it's kind of a sleeping buddy. That means if it gets contacted, they react on things. And they have this one task at the election NP to say the number of the board, so of the national board. And I would like to extend that, if the network wants that, to a bit more active body. How that would look is very much up to the stars and very much up to the wishes and needs. Yeah, also I kind of like being a finger-pointing person, not because I want to say that people are wrong. I just, I'm very much in love with procedures, and I very much love when they are correctly held. So if you've been at NPs before, I'm mostly the person that runs forward to the stage and tells the CT that something has to change procedurally. But I can also be just something in between. I don't have to be extreme. And that's kind of that. I also think that if I want to have more contact with the NB, we didn't have much contact with the AC so far. I think it would be good if we have kind of a regular call, if it's once a month or if it's even once every second month, just to build some kind of regularity and also have the AC always close in the sense of you can get the knowledge you need or want more easily, instead of having a body that you have to think of that it actually exists. That's kind of that, and that's my presentation. So if you have any questions, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dave. The speakers list is now open for questions. Sophie, you can go ahead.
Hey, Sophie, chairing team. Thanks a lot for your presentation, both of you. My first question goes more to Fabien, I guess. You talked about employability and about LinkedIn. So would you be willing to try and build an ESN alumni network? And if yes, how would you approach that?
Yes, definitely. I think there's definitely a big potential beyond that, especially with the help of the alumni coordinator, because I mean, that's something that we haven't mentioned, but the advisory council is actually 3 people, not only like both of us if you are elected. And the third one is the alumni coordinator, which is gonna be elected in September, meaning the all of 3 of us, we can definitely work on that field. Just opening bracket, I think with Dave, we go very well along together, since our focus are a bit different. I mean, he's more into SOS and stuff like that, and I could be more maybe into recognition and employability. And that's something also along with the alumni coordinator, the next one, we can just also to build on, also to have better, I would say, presence into the network, maybe coming to NP or in workshops, also showing like the endless possibilities that we all have after the ESN career. I mean, maybe some of you will be done with ESN, but we are not totally done. So there's a lot that we can actually take with us. Maybe also having some workshop about ESN and CV and those kind of stuff. And that's something that we can also foster. Plus, also, of course, with the, I would say, with the help of the current future national presidents, by talking about, once again, recognition and LinkedIn, for instance. Did I answer your question, or are you expecting something more? Okay, thanks.
That's perfect, thanks.
Okay, perfect. Does anyone else have a question? Theo, you can go ahead.
Hello, Theo, Education Community Manager, International Scrutinizer. I have a little bit of an inception question. Hey, Dave, how you doing? Shall I ask him like live? That's going to be weird. Okay, anyway, no, so a question to both of you. It's a bit of an inception question. So probably most of you are not aware, but we should have had an additional presentation and a document today. And the people who were in charge of monitoring this and bringing it up was the advisory council or the sections. Now, this didn't happen. So how do you see this improving in the future? Who holds the advisory council accountable, or how do we make sure that this doesn't happen again?
So yeah, do you want to start?
Go for it. I mean, by talking about inception question, I thought it was maybe for you, but I mean, I can add.
I mean, just go ahead. It's fine.
No, to be honest, but yeah, I mean, once again, for sure, I mean, stuff have to be, some stuff have to be improved, to be changed. We have already planned an advisory council team building, and definitely we're gonna just sit around table and try to talk also with the current national board how to make our work and the work of the national board accountable. I think we cannot really count on the section to, for instance, maybe on the document about trade strategy that we forgot. So that's definitely could be the job of the advisory council, even though it's not an audit body. But yeah, once again, if you want to develop furthermore kind of audit procedural auditor into this advisory council, that is also, of course, has to be discussed through the summer or even through the entire semester. But that's something that definitely we should look into and improve for sure.
Yeah, I mostly agree. I want to add that the advisory council is a very new body for ESN Switzerland. It has now its second mandate, and therefore is in a development stage. There's a lot to improve. That is definitely true. It was mainly implemented to kind of have the knowledge not being lost of alumni that are still motivated to give their knowledge, especially to the board, but also to the section. So we don't necessarily need to build an audit body in the sense of audit accountability, etc. But we can have a body that is more active as an advisory body and also advises the sections in the sense of being at NPs and saying that the board has not done that or something like that. That's definitely also a possibility. That's the thing. We really have to look into what could be done with the advisory council and what we want to have at the end.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Thank you, Theo, for your question and for the answers, Dave and Fabien. I guess not. Okay, so I propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? No, then the speakers list is now closed. And we can move on to our next topic. Amazing. So efficient. So our next topic is the presentation for the candidacy of OC, NP, or NA. We'll see after the votes. For OC of the NP or NA1 by ESN Switzerland. I think it's Laura who's going to present. However, yeah, ESN Switzerland, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello. 1 second. I need to share my screen. No, wait. Come on. I can see it now, but why can't you see it? Wow.
Did you share your screen?
Yes, now.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, we're going. Well, I'm presenting the candidacy for OC of NP1 for Lucerne. I'm actually not going to be the head of OC, but our head of OC is not, it wasn't possible for her to come today, so I'm presenting it on her behalf. Well, Lucerne, as probably everyone knows, is really great centered in Switzerland, so it's kind of the perfect location for the first NP. It's reachable within nearly 2 hours for everyone. There are some exceptions, but most of the people could come within 2 hours. So, and it would be our first time to hold an NP, so we would really, really love to do it. And yeah, I think especially because it's the NP for newbies, it will be really attractive to have it in Lucerne because it's so in the center. No, it doesn't go. Okay, now. Well, we hope to get the plenary rooms at the university, which is like 2 minutes walking from the train station. The thing is at the moment that the university can only tell us in September if it's possible. But the good thing on the other hand is that we have 3 universities that we are cooperating with. So I think there is a possibility that we find a room somewhere. It's just because of the Corona situation, they have to see how it's going in September and if they are allowed to give rooms to other people. Okay, I kind of have to press the button more often than normally. Also, we would like to have the youth hostel as the accommodation, not a bunker, which is also in Lucerne kind of a good thing because we have the travel pass for the local transport. So even though if we go to, for example, the University of Applied Science and we would go to Horth, no one would need to buy the train tickets to go there. So that's definitely an advantage of going to the youth hostel. So yeah, we hope that this works out. Yeah, we are the youngest section of ESN Switzerland. So we want to further establish ourselves. We want to contribute to the network. We also want to take on another task after the National Erasmus Games were cancelled. And we want to gain the experience and show you our beautiful city. So this would be, I'm sorry, this, and I tried it. This is, for example, the water tower. The beautiful, and I'm actually, I don't know if you can see it, but I'm actually sitting in this building right now. So I can see the water tower from my window. This one, this is the theater where I'm working. So we already thought about a motto, and we would like to have the motto Folklore. And maybe some of you can already think about why we choose an arrow and an apple, but Lucerne is the city that is, or that has a section that is closest located to Schwyz. So obviously we will try to do something to Wilhelm Tell. We want to know, yeah, the culture from the different parts of Switzerland. So that's also why we choose this topic. And of course, we will provide delicious foods, homemade specialties, cakes, as everything we need for the breaks, and yeah, everything else. So I also want to present to you our head of OC. It's my new vice president, Leandra, who was also present at NP1 in Lausanne and at the NP2, the online version of it. And she's a member of Lucerne since spring 2019. So she's not totally new to it. She has organized a lot of events for us in Lucerne. So she's quite familiar with the city. She comes from Lucerne, and I think it's the perfect person to do this job. So yeah, we hope to see you soon in our beautiful Lucerne. Now I stop the screening, the screen sharing. Here we go. Are there any questions? Or maybe one thing I didn't say is about the pricing. We would try to have the whole thing for not more than 50 francs with 2 nights. But it's also something we still need to see, since, yeah, it depends a lot on, apparently, on the Corona situation, and depending on where we can go and what we can do and how many people can in the end come. So from that, it's like kind of really, it depends. But we hope to do that for the National Erasmus Games, which is kind of the same, like the things that I just presented were kind of the same, and it would have worked out. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a reaction from Theo.
In that.
Yes.
No, the dates are not mentioned yet because we still have to ask the youth hostel when it would be free. It would probably be in October. The other thing is that I didn't remember when exactly the Titanic Lemanique, if there is a date set yet for Titanic Lemanique. So we have to discuss these things in the network, I think, to see which dates are available. Also with the new, like the head of CT, so that the person who is elected is available to come.
Okay, so a quick reaction to that. Titanic Lemanique has been officially cancelled for this year. So you don't have any problem with that.
Thank you.
Does anyone have a question? Serena, you can go ahead.
Hello, Serena from ESN Genève, still for the moment. You didn't mention the food. Will we have a traditional meal like fondue or raclette?
Well, that's not set yet either. It really will depend. Maybe yes, maybe no. But we are up for any discussion about it. So yeah, if there is or if you like to have it, like, or the network would like to have it, we can definitely try to organize something around that. It definitely with the motto, it would make sense, to be honest. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. We have another one from the education team. You can go ahead. Oh, sorry, did I skip someone? Was it? Yeah, go ahead. I'll let you afterwards.
Thank you for Laura for the candidacy at ESN Switzerland and for your presentation. I was wondering how you think about including sustainability guidelines in the next NP. And if you plan to do so, and if yes, do you want to use the official guidelines?
I didn't understand the part about the guidelines. The connection is quite bad. Can you repeat it, please?
So it's kind of, I'm just reminding that there are guidelines about sustainability.
Sustainability, okay.
So that would be super nice if you think about them.
Yeah,
if you commit to
we
sustainability.
definitely think about it. It's actually something that we always have in mind in our events. So I think that's no difference to the NP. So yeah, we will definitely think about, like, try to be in the guidelines in this.
Nice. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you very much for the question. Very relevant. It's actually, if I'm elected, it'll be one of my duties to follow up on that. So if I'm elected, I will be cooperating with you, ESN Switzerland, if you're elected as well. So next up is Theo.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much for your presentation. I am just wondering if we are going to finally see the return of the best section competition again, because it's in our apartment and well, it's been a while. So what's your opinion regarding that?
Well, since officially this trophy still belongs to us, I definitely say, yeah, well, we brought it to Lausanne and then it was captured. But yes, I think that will definitely come back. So we're expecting costumes and songs and everything to the motto. I think that's definitely going to be possible because there's a lot of stuff you can put into that topic, into that motto.
Theo, did you want to reply to that because you were muted? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Theo, for the question or for the answer. Axel is up next.
Hello, Axel, ESN EPFL. So I think one of the challenge of the next NP will be the number of participants, as there will be a lot of newbies compared to the other years because of the coronavirus. I was wondering how you will manage to choose how many people will join, and if it's too different with what you planned, how you will manage, how you will handle that.
Well, we are definitely hoping to have at least an NP in person. And if in the end well, and we hope to have like kind of a normal version of it. So we will definitely have plan A, B, maybe C, so that we kind of minimize the numbers and tell then. And that's something we will figure out over the summer and then probably present it after the summer to see how many people can actually come. I think plan C would be like the minimized version of it, so that one person from each section plus maybe national board could come. I think for that, it should be definitely possible. If you're now also seeing that the regulations are really, really getting lower. So you can make events with 1,000 people from tomorrow onwards. So yeah, let's hope that's not going back, but we would try to figure something out for that. And it's, I think, well, I did that for the theater, or I was in the working group for the theater, so I can definitely think about that for ESN as well. So it will be not a big deal. And of course, what we definitely kind of, yeah, will organize is like hand sanitizer, all that stuff that is still necessary. I think that's something we will definitely have either way, how big the group is. But of course, we hope for a normal NP with maybe 100 participants. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the very interesting question, Axel, and for the answer, Laura. Next up is the education team again.
All right, we covered. Thanks.
Okay. And final question is Armand. Armand, the floor is yours.
Hi, Armand, board support. Thank you very much for your candidacy. I'm really looking forward. Do you already have an idea about the venue you want to bring us to on Friday night and Saturday night? Do you want to privatize somewhere?
Yes. Well, we have definitely one venue that is also like a partner of ours, that is Treibhaus. And they have a bigger room in the back, and we need to discuss with them if it's possible to have it for Saturday evening to do the dinner there. If not, we would probably go there on Friday. So one venue is definitely covered. The second one we still are thinking about. On the other hand, it also depends on how many people will come in the end, because if it's a smaller group, we have more possibilities than for bigger ones. But that is still up to discussion within the team at the moment.
Great answer, and thank you for the question, Armand. I think we're done with the questions, I guess. No more questions I can see. So I propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? No, then the speakers list is now closed. Thank you, Laura, for the presentation. And we move on to the next topic, which is also related to NP&A1. For his 1 millionth presentation of the day, I'll leave the floor to Dave, who's going to present his candidacy for main chair.
Hello. So yeah, this is my candidacy for main chair for the NP or NA1. And yeah, that's also my face, like before. How do I go forward? So eyes, nose, beard still. My CT experience, and you heard about my ESN life. My CT experience is at HM Thessaloniki before gala breakfast. That needs a bit elaboration. So basically, at AGM, the last night, you have the Star Awards. So everyone dresses up fancy. That was last year, and then you basically stay up as long as you can to go to the breakfast in your suit or in your dress, whatever. So you have gala breakfast. So we did that, and we had to wait in front of the gala breakfast. And yeah, we were many people. I cannot remember how many we were. But in the end, I started to hold a second AGM there. So I was main chair. And we actually had scrutinizers, we had votes, we had people rejecting things. It was a mess, but it was very funny. So that's one of the experiences. And the second one was during WEB, the regional platform, Western European platform it's called, where we had an hour of all the Swiss the whole Swiss delegation that was there, coming together and having discussions. I do honestly not remember the real purpose of this part, but we had a very fun time and a great CT there. So that's actually like live coverage of there. So you see that I have great experience when it comes to these things. No, but seriously, I have never held. I was never CT at the actual event, so I was never an elected CT. But I have been, as mentioned before already, always the person running up forwards to the CT. I have done that at our NPs. I have done that at the last AGM where you have 800 people in a room going forwards telling the CT that they should change something. So you can expect the same as you kind of have seen now. I'm going to take a lot of space, but trying to have a chill atmosphere, but one that is procedurally correct, as it was this MP as well. And a lot of newbie focus. We have heard that before, that the MP or NA1 is mainly the one where a lot of newbies come, and therefore I am definitely going to reuse the double track we did at the last MP1, where we had a track for the newbies that is simpler, kind of introduction into the network, and the one for the ones that are more experienced, so the oldies. Therefore, that was very good last time. We had good feedback on this, and I would like to continue this. I also want to be there to support new NB at their first MP, so I always think it's good to have an experienced member as the first chair of the year. And that is kind of what I'm doing. That's all. Thanks for listening to me so much. If you don't have enough of me, please vote for me and as AC and CT, and I can guarantee you that I will take a lot of space at the next MP or NA, because I will be CT, meaning that I have to come and sit in front of you beautiful people, and we'll see that I will provide fun and giggles. Thank you very much. That was all from me today. Good night.
Thank you, Dave, for this manifesto. And thank you for your patience, because you had like way too many presentations today. So the speakers list is now open. Do you have any questions? If not, I do have one. So the main chair has some duties, among which are the recruitment of the vice chair and the technical chair. So do you already have someone in mind, or people in mind, actually?
Not at all. I'm sorry. Not at all. I was hesitant also because I just wanted to see how the whole COVID situation develops, if we can predict whether we can have an online, a physical MP or not. I think in the end we will not be able to predict that in any case. I'm also not sure yet whether I'm trying to get an international team or a Swiss team. This is very much open, but I'm going to look around. If somebody's really interested, please contact me, and then we can look into this.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Does anyone else want to ask Dave questions? Please, this is his last NP as NB. Please shower him with questions. Okay, yes. Guess no questions for you, Dave. So I propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? No. Then the speakers list is now closed, and we can move on to the section discussions. So basically, the section meetings and the coffee break are kind of like combined together. So you'll have 30 minutes all in all, maybe a bit more. So I think, yeah, be back at 4:30 So 16:30 back in the main call. And that's it for me. Raza, you can stop the live. Welcome back to this final part of the day. Rezan, you can start again live. Tell me when it's done. Oh, okay. 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 All good. All good. So, as I said, welcome back to this final part of the day. We still have some small topics. The most important topics actually of the day, which are the votes. But before going into the votes, we still have one more presentation, and it's going to be about a new national event, and it's going to be presented by the magical fairy Annie. Annie, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you see it? Yeah. So I'm Annie, the new name starting in an hour, and I present now a new kind of event I want to implement this year. So what will it be like? The idea actually came from 4 main questions we tried to address in discussion last year's with questions, and we realized that we don't have any gathering event for the whole network, which would be really chill, so different from an NP maybe a bit. Also, we realized that we have the actual means to do it, the ability to organize 2 events, because we already do it for Erasmus on kind of a daily basis. And also the people I want to involve in this weekend, invite to this weekend, are maybe people that usually are not that interested in ESN in the national level, or even in your regular meeting. Maybe they show up at the first meeting of the year, and then the motivation is not that here or that present during the year. So it could be an occasion to do a little team building within your section. And so, yeah, we already have some gathering events like the NPs and also like the community weekend, but I would like to do something which is ESN unrelated, like really, really chill. So that would be, I'll present some kind of activity I would like to do this weekend. So first, I should find a great place. I think it would be in the center of Switzerland. Should be quite easy. Then some activities. So it would be unrelated to ESN, as I told you. So maybe just hiking, board games. Would be just going to a lake, having a huge barbecue or something like this. It could be just one day during a weekend. Still not fixed and plan. Some ideas, and then invite the whole network. But for now, there's a big bet to this organization because of COVID. So it's a bit difficult to fix a date when we can do it. The plan at the beginning was to invite the whole network to really be, I don't know, maybe at least more than 100. So I think we are over 300 in the network, but I can't promise anything like this for now. But I think it would take place. The ideal plan would be for it to take place at the end of the summer, before the welcome weeks and even before the community weekend. But for now, I don't have a fixed date. So what's now? It would be really, really super cool if you can already advertise it to your sections, to the members, and especially maybe the newbies who joined last semester, this winter, and couldn't really be active in ESN, so that they could, they already know about the project, the idea, and they won't be afraid when it would be really going on and the registration part. So yeah, that's it for now. I hope you all come to this event.
Great. Thank you very much, Annie, for this presentation. I'm really excited to see you. So I'm really excited to see what it would look like, and hopefully the COVID situation will improve and allow us to do that. So now the speakers list. Sorry, we have actually questions. One sec. Yes, we do have a question round for this. Does anyone have a question for any? No. Oh, education team.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. Lucas Schneeb from the education team. Wasn't it a little bit the original idea, maybe Sophie can confirm, of the community weekend to have this informal gathering? I'm asking because I think we have already 3 NPs, 2 community weekends, maybe 1 international community meeting per year. We also have events with our sections, national events, mainly Titanic, Switzerland Rally, Lucerne, so and Ticino also. So we have already a lot of weekends, and I think there's space for informal gathering. So do you really, are both options acceptable? Is it okay? Would it also be okay to have a community weekend, informal community weekend, or do you want to add another one anyways?
I'm not sure I quite get all of the end of your talk, but I go with what I get. So the main difference with NP is like a statutory meeting. We have to vote, we have to discuss like political topics, we have to discuss finance. So it's really ESN related from what the community weekend at the beginning, it was supposed to be a bit less informal than what it has become, but I think it's yet the format it has, it doesn't really involve newbies or regular members who are, I mean, they are invited, but maybe they don't want to be involved in that kind of discussion we have at the community weekend. And yes, we have national events. I'm quite aware of that part as well. But this is still events. There are still events that are designed for Erasmus. So it's not a network gathering. It's like the staffs come, the organizing committee comes for sure. But in the end, it's not meeting other ESNers from other sections. And this is what I really want to have with this new informal weekend.
I have a reaction to this, since Luca mentioned me. The community weekend, even though it's supposed to be an informal event, was always very much centered around ESN. And so for this, I think it's different from what Annie is proposing. What Annie is proposing, and I think it's a great idea, is more a weekend with friends, basically, and actually have time to bond a bit outside of ESN for once. So yeah, in my opinion, it really doesn't overlap. When it comes to people having time to attend everything, at the end of the day, it's up to the people. Of course, it would be a shame if you don't come to the community weekend because you're going to the informal event. But I think it would be a lighter thing. It can be just only a Friday night or only part of the weekend, and maybe you can join for a while, but not the whole weekend or something like that.
Okay. Thank you for your interventions. Does anyone else want to speak? Education team again.
Yep, again us. Thanks for your presentation, Annie. I think it's a pretty good idea. First of all, the thing that I was thinking I wanted to ask you is, I agree with you that it could be really nice to have section members as well coming to this event by the fact that it's a less formal one. But the thing that we've been noticing is already very difficult to convince local board members to motivate them to come to community weekends most of the time. How do you think would be, which good ways do you see that could motivate section members to come to this event? How could you make them know about this event that is actually a very new one? And but I just wanted to hear your opinion about that.
In my action plan, I also want to redefine a bit event manager community, and I think I use them for that as well, for advertising this weekend. I think this weekend could be also a good occasion to meet your former community members, not only the event manager community, I mean for the world, for all the communities. So I think it could be a way of advertising this, in addition to forum and traditional and formal ways of doing it.
Okay. We don't have any more questions. Yep. Okay. So I will propose to close the speakers list. Does anyone oppose? Okay, no. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and for the questions that have been asked. And now I'm gonna go on to the last main part of our NP, which is the elections. So there are gonna be several votes, among which the national level election. I presented the national level election procedure at NP2, and this time it won't be necessary to explain it again, as we don't have to vote on the the size of the national board that was done at NP2, and the AC did not come forward to change their decision. And also, none of the candidates candidate for national board. They all want to be board support. If you still don't know the difference between national board and board support, please reach out to me and I'll explain it. But I'll do a quick recap of the elected positions in national level at NP2. So we have 7 different positions that have been fulfilled, that have been filled during NP2. So now, namely national national president, filled by Dana, who is on the national board, national vice president Serena on national board, national treasurer Valerie, national board as well, national representative Lucia, who's on national board, national section manager Alexandra, who's on the board support, national event manager Annie, who's on board support as well, and national web project administrator Nicola, who's also board support. So in total, that makes 4 national board as the final national board for next year, and the remaining candidates are all candidated for board support, as I mentioned. So I won't have to go through the election procedure as said before, but please, if you have any questions, please ask them now before going on to the voting round. If there aren't any, I will proceed to explain to you how this will go. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the NP, the voting round in the afternoon will not be done with everyone in the main room. There will be a breakout room that will be created for non-voters and non-scrutinizers and non-CT. And you will all be there for the time where voters will be voting. And there will be an activity prepared for you there, so don't worry. However, before going there, I need to present to you the votes that will take place during the time that you'll be in the breakout room. So first of all, the quorum check will be done here while you're all here in the main room, so that we ensure that all the sections are present and back on the call. And this will be done through roll call. And then there's going to be a vote on the SOS changes related to transition guidelines, the amendment to SOS change related to a Senate review, namely changing the national platform to National Assembly, the budget amendment, the financial report, the final report of the national level, the releasing of the current national level, the country action plan of the new national level. So the country action plan is the action plan that has been drafted by the elected positions in the NL. So the previous 7 positions that I mentioned in the slide before are the ones included in the country action plan. The other action plans that were presented, namely for the 5 candidates that have presented today, are going to be voted on later after there's the secret vote concerning them. And finally, for the public vote round 2, we have the OC for NP1, NP, and A1. Afterwards, we have the secret votes, the national level elections, the advisory council elections, the financial auditor elections, and finally the CT for NP and A1. And we'll have a third public vote round, which will include the remaining action plans. As said before, we're gonna bundle them all up, and unless someone wants to pick out one of them out, and then it will be voted on separately. Then we have the second SOS change related to ESN review. And now onto quorum check. I need to ensure that all the sections are back, so we're going to do the quorum check while you're all here. So the quorum check question for the afternoon is, do you prefer fantasy over sci-fi? The answers are yes, no, or abstain. And I'll begin with the roll call. ESN Basel?
Yes.
ESN Bern? ESN Roer?
Yes.
ESN FNW?
Abstain.
Oh, okay. ESN Fribourg?
Yes.
ESN Geneva?
Yes.
ESN Lausanne EPFL?
Yes.
ESN Lausanne Uniel?
Yes.
ESN Lugano?
Yes.
ESN Lucerne?
Yes.
ESN Neuchâtel? ESN Neuchâtel? ESN St. Gallen?
Yes. Sorry, ESN Neuchâtel, was that a yes?
Yes.
Yes.
ESN Winterthur?
Yes.
ESN Zurich ETH?
Yes.
ESN Zurich Uni?
Yes.
Perfect. All of you are here, and with 14 yes, apparently everyone likes fantasy over sci-fi. So now it's time for you to join the Kahoot room. We have a Kahoot related to the theme of this NP, namely fantasy, waiting for you in the breakout room. So you'll do that. In the meantime, we'll be doing the votes here, and I will come get you once we are done. So Sophie, tell me when you're ready.
I just opened the breakout room, so you just have to accept if you're a voter or a scrutinizer.
Yes. Okay. So we still have some people who are not part of the voting body. Armand, left. this is actually the same for everyone. Okay. This is all right. This is good. the live stream? Perfect. So now that the votes are done, thank you for the voters and scrutinizers for their work, and hope you had a fun time in the breakout room with Kahoot. Now we're done with all the votes for today, and I'll give you the results right now, beginning with the public votes, round 2. So I'll give you the question. I'll let you know also the results for each of the questions. So vote number 5, do you accept the SOS change 1 related to transition guidelines proposed by the National Board? With 15 votes for, 0 against, the SOS change is accepted. Do you accept the National Assembly amendment to the SOS change 2 related to ESN review proposed by the National Board? With 14 votes for, 0 no's, 1 abstain, the SOS change is accepted. And next question, do you accept the amendment to the budget 2019-2020 proposed by the National Board? With 15 votes for, 0 no, 0 abstain, the amendment is accepted. Next vote, do you accept the reimbursement measures for the AGM proposed by the National Board? With 15 votes for, 0 no, 0 abstain, the reimbursement measures are accepted. Do you accept the financial report 2019 presented by the National Board? With 15 votes for, 0 no, 0 abstain, the financial report is accepted. Vote number 10. Do you accept the final report presented by the national level 2019-2020? With 15 votes for, 0 no, 0 abstain, the final report is accepted. And the question that follows, the logical question that follows the last question. Do you accept the release of the national level 2019-2020? And there's no suspense here. With 15 votes for, 0 no, 0 abstain, the national level is, the current national level is now released of their duties. Congrats for the awesome year and kudos for their work. You've put such a great work this year. So thank you for that. And we'll have an appreciation round later on, so don't worry. Your time will come. So yeah. Next question. Do you accept the country action plan presented by the elected members of the national level 2020-2021 with 15 votes for, 0 against, and 0 abstain? The country action plan is accepted. And finally, do you elect ESN Switzerland as organizing committee for NP National Assembly 1 with 15 votes for, 0 against, 0 abstain? ESN Switzerland is elected as the organizing committee for NP&A1. Congrats. And this is it for the first public vote. Sorry, the second round of public votes. And now on to more interesting stuff. With 15 votes, Nicolas is elected communication manager. Congrats. With 15 votes, well, I'm elected project manager. Thank you all for believing in me. With 15 votes, Mathieu Berthet is elected partnership manager. With 15 votes, Luca is elected education officer. Congrats. With 15 votes, Nicole is elected liaison officer. Congrats to all the new national level members. You can do a round of silent applause, reactions, whatever you feel like. thank you all for believing in us, and hopefully we'll put this belief into a good work. Now on to the next elections. For advisory council, AC member 1, Fabien is elected with 15 votes. Congrats. And for AC member 2, Dave is elected with 15 votes. Congrats, Dave and Fabien. You'll do a great advisory council. I know you do. You make up such a great team. So I mean, yeah. And now onto the financial auditors. For the position of financial auditor 1, Elena is elected with 15 votes. Congrats. For the position of financial auditor 2, Laura is elected with 15 votes as well. Congrats to both of you. I hope the finances will not be too messy for you. And finally, for the round of secret votes, the last election is for the main chair of PNA1. With 15 votes, Dave is elected main chair of NPNA1. Congrats, Dave. A round of applause from Harry Potter characters as well. And the final round of public votes with 15 votes for the bundled, so all the remaining action plans from the candidates that have presented today in the education officer, liaison officer, communication manager, partnership manager, and project manager have all been accepted with 15 votes for, 0, no, 0 abstain. And SOS change number 2 related to ESN review is also accepted with 15 votes for, 0 abstain, 0 no. So now our national platform is going to be called National Assembly. Isn't that great? And now we've come to the end of, towards the end of our NP, and it's time for the now released NL to say their hello and goodbye. They have prepared a little something for you. I advise you all to go and watch what they have prepared. I think okay. Okay, so now on the chat of NP3, there the video has been sent. So please all take a couple of minutes to watch it. It's amazing. I cheated yesterday and watched it. It's really worth it. So please go ahead and watch it.
You can go ahead, Rizan, it's copyright free.
kann nicht funktionieren.
I'm probably from the current national board the only one who's formally fully retiring from ESN now. I just want to say to everyone that thanks for making it an awesome last year. It was a lot of fun to work with you guys. It was a lot of fun to get to know a lot of you for the first time or better. And even though it really hurts me to say, as an alumni, I will be very happy to see what will come next for the network. I mean, it's been going up really like for the last few years amazingly, and I can't wait how much higher you can get. So thanks for everything to everyone, yeah. And to my national level, of course, for being there with me for this year, even though we weren't together for the most part of it, but that's okay.
Thank you, Sophia.
Yeah. With those very touching words, I'd like to thank you, Sophia, for your work. Does anyone else from the released national level want to speak?
I mean, I can move on with some like more personal stuff that I won't say in the closing speech. No, I mean,
for sure.
Just not saying. I mean, it has been an incredible year, just on many point of view. But like, what basically ESN can brings to you. Of course, we provide a service to Erasmus students, but I mean, we all over the world. I mean, ESN is much more than that. Also, like on the personal development, I would have never imagined like 2 years ago, I nearly like quit ESN, and then I was like, yeah, maybe I should apply for LR, and then yeah, here we go. And then those are also all the skills that I'm gonna use for the rest of my life. And of course, having the chance to work with such an amazing team, that was also a great pleasure on the year. And also to see also motivated people from the section, stepping up to join the national level, helping me also in different projects such as the certificates. That's very touching. I mean, I really liked it. So I take only the positive, even though sometimes it was a bit too much, and I had like just too much stuff in my life. But at the end, it worked very well, and I think we do believe that. I mean, we leave the network in good hands, and we did not too bad job at the end. Dave, after 2 years being NR, go for it.
Come on, I was already like speaking for half of the MP, so
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel like everybody got no. Okay, so yeah, it was 2 years. It was very good 2 years. Definitely don't regret anything there. And I just want to give that on that this is an amazing feeling. You learn so many things and become part of something bigger. I can remember when I joined ESN, I was always very calm at the universities, and after joining then in CNR, so in the international events, when I learned that actually like asking questions and being active can be very productive and helpful, and you get good feedback as well. That I started to do the same thing at the university as well, which was very funny. So like especially after an event, when I went back to the university, I was always raising my hand. I know this is a very little thing of all the many things I've learned, but that was something that I really remembered and kind of changed my whole attitude of being active, of trying to engage in certain things. And yeah, there are many things. I mean, I could bring you a huge list of things I've learned and things that I benefit from and what actually helps me when I apply for a job, all these things. But in the end, it comes down to the moments you enjoyed, and there were many. And that is definitely something, if you're motivated, then go for it. Don't hesitate. It gives great pleasure, and it helps you develop as a person. But therefore, I'm very thankful for those 2 years that I have been trusted to be DNR, and going to be thankful for the year as advisory council as well.
Thank you very much, Dave and Fabien, for your words. I know, Fabien, you still have a closing speech. So if anyone else wants to come forward with a little speech of their own, please do now.
I just wanted to thank you, everybody who worked also in the network, and just to welcome the new national level to start a new mandate. And I'm very happy that we start with a full team and that we don't need to run after people to kind of force them to join us. So that's very nice to be a complete team, and I'm sure we will also have a great time together.
Yeah, hopefully, our work will be just as good, or maybe even better than the NL before. The NL, the current now released NL, has already done a really great work. So I hope we can live up to that. Okay, so I guess we can go to the closing speech. I'll leave the floor to Fabien. You can now.
Again, I thought like the closing speech should be the president, and as I'm no longer the president, I should actually give the floor to Dana also for some few words at the end, but that's another topic. No, I mean, here we are. I mean, it's getting, of course, a bit emotional for, I mean, a lot of people right now, especially after all the time we all spent together, working hard for ESN, like just from one day to another. Basically, all this is kind of done for us, but I'm just really thankful right now. Thankful for, I mean, basically to everyone in the network. It could be just any active member where I spend a couple of days or evening, like volunteering, doing pub nights or whatsoever, to I don't know, the amazing job that the city has done again today. So congrats, guys. And No, really, I mean, the internet was like just the general feeling I had. Also, when I filled in all the recognition certificate for the network, I was like super proud to also offer that recognition to basically everyone, because you all deserve it, like to be recognized, that your work as volunteer now is being recognized by the Confederation, by the Director of Movetia, our National Assembly, such big stakeholders, also from the national level by Kostis, the President of ESN International. And no, I mean, I'm just really thankful about all the job you've been doing, because, okay, we are, I mean, on the national board, we're trying to do our best, but I mean, of course, it's more like, I would say, administrative job. And like at the end, you are daily in contact with the Erasmus students. You are actually promoting mobility on a daily basis. And that's just really amazing. Now, if you just look back at, I mean, 1 year ago, I mean, just time flies. I mean, I have the feeling we, like the current, well, former national level, we've been elected, I have the feeling like 3 months ago. That was crazy adventure, super intense. I mean, I wish I could just like hug everyone right now as we used to. It could have been done, but well, whatever. I mean, I'm pretty sure that we definitely gonna see each other very soon all together. Also thankful for the people who actually retired officially from ESN right now, who spent like so many hours, years into that volunteer job. And of course, I'm really, really happy and super proud of the new national level we have. I wish them best of luck. I think, I mean, I'm really sure that the network is good hands. That's something that we haven't like talked a lot today, but I mean, we did an entire weekend of transition 1 month ago. So we spent one month a day, sorry, from like basically 8 to 6 p.m. Transitioning, sharing all the knowledge we have. We also had like some 1-1 transition, 1-2 days per person. So be sure that the current now national level is fully ready to take the responsibilities and to keep doing the job we started and to improve all what has to be improved. I don't know, just wish you a great summer. Most of us will spend our summer in Switzerland, so it's one more good reason to definitely see each other. Again, yeah, I wish to, I would have wished to hug everyone, but here it is. Keep being amazing, keep being involved, keep having fun in what you're doing, and a lot of kisses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabien, for this amazing closing speech. I hope that we will live up to your national level work. I think there's still one NL member from the released NL who wants to speak. You can go ahead, Armand.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't realize it was the end of the rounding of applause for everyone. So I just wanted to say that was really happy to be part of the whole adventure. I just remember a year ago now, the beautiful Fabian just tagged me on a beautiful candidacy of a new position, and I was like, hey, why not? And I can't, like Dave say, really list the whole thing of everything I've gained so far and from before even. So I won't actually do that, but I just have to say that this is a total blast to work with people like everyone here in the national level. And I'm just so looking forward for the team that is working now, because you have all the tools to like start again after that whole corona situation with like everything on your side. And I bet you're gonna do it, and do it maybe with no second wave, hopefully. So yeah, I won't go too long with that. I just have to say from the OC that we have also a social program coming after, but I also know that a lot of people could not join for that long. We also have we had competition between the different houses. I will show you the ranking as the state that it it is right now. And we, instead of having 3 different games and turning around with the different houses, since we have a lot of people that are going to be leaving us, we're going to do a pop quiz with all the houses, then count the scores, announce the winners, and then we'll go all chill with like some other games if you want to. And I would suggest to all meet back here in the same room at 6, so we can start the pop quiz, and you have a little break because you probably need it. I don't know if Leah or anyone else from the OC has something else to say. Otherwise, I'll just drop the mic and say again, thank you to everyone, and good luck with the rest of your ESN adventure.
Thank you, Armand, for your speech. I really also want to thank the OC for their work. I know that it's also kind of hard to organize something online to get people engaged. I want to let you all unmute yourself, applause, say whatever you have on your mind. It's time for you to have the appreciation round that the NL deserves. I don't know what is happening in the other room. Yeah, well, don't worry. So if you want to unmute yourself, applaud, you can do so right now. Thank you so much for all being here today. I know it's been a long day, but it's been worth it, to be honest. I'm really glad to have had this opportunity again to be main chair for this NP. And just wanted to say a few words. As I said in NP2, even if you're new, you can step up and you can do great things at ESN. Everybody's around you will help you, so don't be afraid and try to candidate for the position that you've always dreamed for. And yeah. And last CT announcement. All the votes are now on the voting sheet of the agenda, so you can go and look at them. So all the public votes and secret votes. So you can go and check the results in more details. Thank you very much. That was everything for me. If the OC wants to say something, you can go ahead. Otherwise, this is it for this NP. There's still the social program, of course. Please come, all of you come to the social program. Okay, no more announcements. Hazan, you can cut the live stream. Okay, Hazan, are you with us? Yes. So you can now cut the live stream.